Chapter 2278. Damn it, this guy actually raised the price. Although Xiaohua didn't know what the rejuvenation elixir was, he knew it was not a trivial thing when he saw the surprise of the Meiji practitioner. Seeing the female practitioner's behavior, he knew that she had grasped the mentality of the two people and wanted to use this thing to threaten them to help her bid for the rejuvenation elixir. Seeing that the female practitioner took the magic slip, the Meiji practitioner was still unwilling and asked, "You really don't want other things? For example, the cure elixir? The Lingli elixir?" This moved the female cultivator, but she hesitated for a moment before saying, "Fellow Taoist, I also want it. But, even if I have reached the Jindan realm, I still can't restore my appearance unless I am pregnant. But the road from the Jindan realm to the nascent realm is long. How can it compare with the rejuvenation elixir? You are not a female practitioner, so you don't understand the importance of the rejuvenation elixir to me. Fellow Taoist, you must know." The Miho cultivator said coldly, "It seems that only the two of us are bidding for this item. If you miss this opportunity, there won't be another one. In the future, if someone else comes, this item won't even be worth a few spirit stones." The female practitioner hesitated again. The Meiji practitioner was right. At this time, the magic slip was very hot, but if there were no Xiaohua and the Meiji practitioner, who would want the magic slip? A few spiritual stones were not worth it, let alone tens of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones. However, she also understood that she couldn't bid for the rejuvenation elixir with only tens of thousands of top-grade spiritual stones, and she might offend either of Xiaohua and the Meiji practitioner. "Forget it." The female practitioner smiled apologetically. "The auction will be held in a while. If you two can't bid for the rejuvenation elixir, you can bid for the Lingli elixir. If you can offer the Lingli elixir, I will give it to you." "You really have a big appetite." The Meiji practitioner sneered and glanced at Xiaohua. He was about to remove the mute inhibition, but Xiaohua stood there thoughtfully. Seeing that Xiaohua didn't leave, the practitioner stopped again. He wanted to see what Xiaohua would do. "May I ask, what does the rejuvenation pill look like? What are its effects?" Xiaohua was puzzled. He could be considered a cultivator who could refine pills and had seen countless spiritual grasses. However, he had never heard of a rejuvenation pill. Moreover, from the female cultivator's words, this rejuvenation pill could actually restore one's youth. This made him even more curious. The female cultivator hesitated for a moment, and a trace of admiration appeared on her face. She explained, "I only know the name of the rejuvenation pill. I've never seen it before." Xiaohua was helpless. He knew that he might really have to go to the auction to see what the rejuvenation pill was. Moreover, there was only one in the entire Sky Patrol City. It was unlikely that he would be able to bid for it. However, according to the fellow cultivator, the rejuvenation pill is different from ordinary pills. It doesn't have any medicinal fragrance and looks a little ugly. There are slight bumps on it, which seem to be some talismans. The female cultivator's next words made Xiaohua quiver. His grandmother, wasn't this the pill that this young master refined? Then, what is the effect of this rejuvenation pill? Xiaohua anxiously asked. The rejuvenation pill, as the name implies, is naturally a pill that restores one's youth. The female cultivator's eyes lit up. "I really don't know which alchemy master is able to refine such a magical pill. It can actually restore the female cultivator's appearance from 10 years ago. Even the blemishes on her face have disappeared. Oh my! It seems to be the face-retaining pill." The more Xiaohua listened, the more familiar it sounded. He couldn't help but be surprised. Since he only saw the face-retaining pill, Xiaohua really had it in his space. However, he never thought that the face-retaining pill could actually restore youth. It could restore a female cultivator's youth. Therefore, Xiaohua had to ask again, how old is the female cultivator who bid for the rejuvenation pill? What's her cultivation? Fellow cultivator, why are you asking so many questions? Could it be that you have the rejuvenation pill? The Mi Lu cultivator said coldly. Do I have any relationship with you? Xiaohua retorted and said, I still have such a pill in my storage bag. However, I don't know the name. You really have it? The female cultivator was wild with joy. Her eyes fervently looked at Xiaohua. Xiaohua flipped his hand and took out a face-retaining pill. He said with a smile, I occasionally got a pill in the market. I heard from that destitute cultivator that it was some face-retaining pill. I didn't care. After all, although that guy is indeed young, his cultivation is ordinary. This kind of thing can't be taken seriously. Can I take a look? The female cultivator asked cautiously. Of course. Xiaohua didn't care at all. He stretched out his hand in front of the female cultivator. He didn't take this female cultivator seriously at all. Sure enough. The female cultivator's hand was trembling. She said, This is very similar to the legend. Can I try it? Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, How can there be such a cheap thing? If this pill isn't the rejuvenation pill, wouldn't you have eaten it for nothing? Fellow Taoist. It was the female cultivator's turn to plead. The temptation of regaining her youth was really irresistible for an old woman like her. That's right. If fellow Taoist takes it and there is no effect, it doesn't match what we said before. The Mi-Ho cultivator said coldly. I didn't make any hard oath. The female cultivator said without hesitation, This thing is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. For the sake of her youth, the female cultivator wasn't even afraid of offending the Mi-Ho cultivator. Hee, fellow Taoist wants to exchange with I? Xiaohua said with a smile. Yes. The female cultivator realized her impulsiveness and hesitated for a moment before answering. Yes. The Mi-Ho cultivator naturally saw it. He sneered and pointed with his finger. In the market of Sky Patrol City, this old man followed the rules of Shuiyu Taoist. You also have an agreement with this old man. Although we didn't make any hard oath, this old man knows you. If you insist on going your own way and forget about the agreement just now, not only will this bullshit pill not be a rejuvenation pill, but your youth will also be gone. I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep your life. Then he glanced at Xiaohua and said, This fellow Taoist took out an unknown pill and cheated you of your things. He patted his butt and left, but he left you behind. Think about it carefully. The Mi-Ho cultivator's words hit the female cultivator's heart. If Xiaohua's pill wasn't the rejuvenation pill, she would lose both her life and her. Only Xiaohua would benefit from it. However, Xiaohua wasn't sure if this pill was the rejuvenation pill. People were like this. If Xiaohua didn't benefit from it, the female cultivator might take the risk. However, after thinking about it carefully, Xiaohua might benefit from it and she wouldn't gain anything. She immediately hesitated. Does fellow Taoist have anything else? Xiaohua glanced at the things in the grid and asked with a smile. If I think it's suitable, fellow Taoist can take it on the spot. If it's not the rejuvenation pill, then exchange it for this pill. Fellow Taoist hasn't seen the rejuvenation pill, but could it be that you haven't seen the ageless pill? Alas, I'll let fellow Taoist know. I naturally know about the ageless pill, and I also specially went to Twilight Tong City. However, the ageless pill's medicinal fragrance is overflowing. How can this pill's essence be compared to it? This pill's appearance is so strange. I can't be sure. The female cultivator smiled bitterly. She thought for a moment and patted her storage pouch. I obtained an incomplete jade slip here. It's a cultivation method for alchemy. There are many pill recipes for qi condensation cultivators inside. However, these pill recipes don't have a specific refining method. What's the use of that? Xiaohua shook his head with all his strength. The female cultivator smiled bitterly. I can only exchange this now. Moreover, with the pill recipe, I can at least know what kind of spiritual grass is used to refine the pill, right? Ouch! Xiaohua's eyes brightened. These words were like lightning flashing through his mind. It seemed to make him think of something. Xiaohua didn't have time to think too much. He extended his hand, took the jade slip, and said with a smile, Since fellow Taoist loves beauty so much, how can I not fulfill your wish? If this item isn't the rejuvenation pill, then I'll exchange this jade slip with fellow Taoist. Of course, if the medicinal pill is the rejuvenation pill, I won't return this jade slip to you. But the female cultivator was overjoyed. She simply didn't think of bargaining. Well, the greedy Xiaohua got another jade slip. He was sure to make a profit and not lose. Taking a deep breath, the female cultivator glanced at the ageless pill again. She opened her mouth and swallowed it. As the medicinal pill entered her mouth, it immediately turned into a strong fragrance. It was the fragrance of the ageless grass. The female cultivator's heart immediately settled down. She knew Xiaohua hadn't deceived her. This medicinal pill was at least the ageless grass. The jade slip exchange wasn't unjust. Immediately, the medicinal liquid of the ageless pill entered her body. A trace of numbness, like a tiny electric light, came from the medicinal liquid and flowed through her meridians along with the spiritual energy formed by the medicinal liquid. The female cultivator didn't dare to be negligent. However, she also didn't dare to completely refine the spiritual energy. She only controlled her true essence to refine a part of the spiritual energy. Sure enough, a miracle appeared. In just half a meal's time, the female cultivator's snow-white hair gradually began to turn black. The wrinkles on her face were also somewhat flat. Humph! The bewildered cultivator kept staring at the female cultivator. The changes of the female cultivator were naturally seen by his eyes. His eyes flashed with a strange color. How could he not know that this ageless pill was the rejuvenation pill? He coldly snorted, raised his hand to remove the mute restriction, turned around, and walked away. It really is the rejuvenation pill. Xiaohua was both surprised and seemed to have expected it. He didn't refine many medicinal pills, and the ageless pill definitely accounted for the largest proportion. Moreover, he only gave the ageless pill to Qian Diheng to exchange for spirit stones. However, what made Xiaohua puzzled was, how could the ageless pill he refined have the miraculous effect of restoring youth? I'm rich. Xiaohua didn't have time to think about the reason for this matter. His mind was immediately filled with pleasant surprise. The spirit stones in his mind were piled up like a mountain. Chapter 2279. Wasn't it obvious? The face-retaining pill could be exchanged for the enthusiasm of young female cultivators. Wouldn't this rejuvenation pill capture the enthusiasm of all female cultivators below the nascent soul realm? For example, this female cultivator in the late stage of foundation establishment and those female cultivators in the gold core realm had this opportunity. Who wouldn't bid for this rejuvenation pill and bring back their long-lost looks? Dao. Fellow Taoist. The female cultivator's heart was obviously overflowing with joy. She waved her hand and displayed the mirror technique. Looking at the face and black and white hair reflected in the mirror, she stuttered and extended her hand to give the magic slip to Xiaohua. Her hand was trembling. This is really the rejuvenation pill. Am really grateful to fellow Taoist. This item belongs to fellow Taoist. Xiaohua took the magic slip and put it into his space with a flip of his hand. He smiled and cupped his hands. Fellow Taoist is really lucky. To tell you the truth, I am also a little regretful at this time. I didn't expect this lousy medicinal pill to really be the rejuvenation pill. Fellow Taoist, this medicinal pill looks very unremarkable, but spiritual pills don't show off. How can ordinary medicinal pills compare to it? The female cultivator laughed even more and retorted, I don't know which alchemy master made this medicinal pill. Although it's only famous in Century City now, sooner or later, it will be famous in the entire Dawn Rain continent. It's just SOSO. Seeing the female cultivator praising him in front of his face, Xiaohua's first reaction was to be modest. As soon as he said this, Xiaohua felt that it was inappropriate. Sure enough, the female cultivator asked, could it be that fellow Taoist has seen a medicinal pill more magical than this rejuvenation pill? No. Xiaohua naturally wouldn't say anything more to her. He quickly waved his hand and then said with a smile, since this inexplicable medicinal pill is really the rejuvenation pill, our deal is completed. I'll take my leave. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. The female cultivator quickly stopped Xiaohua and said with a smile, I've really taken advantage of you by exchanging these 2 jade slips for the rejuvenation pill. If The value is not much different, I'll be at ease. However, this rejuvenation pill is too rare. If I don't compensate fellow Taoist, I'll feel sorry. Fellow Taoist still has this kind of jade slip? Xiao Hua was overjoyed. The female cultivator shook her head and said, I don't have any more jade slips, but I still have a few bulky demonic tools. Those things are too heavy, so I don't feel like carrying them with me. If fellow Taoist needs them, you can come to my sect. You only need to pay the right amount of spirit stones to exchange with fellow Taoist. Great! Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, if it's convenient for fellow Taoist, you can leave behind a messaging talisman. That's exactly what I was thinking. The female cultivator flipped her hand and handed a sound-transmitting talisman and a jade slip to Xiao Hua. She smiled and said, fellow Taoist seems to be a secluded cultivator. I'm afraid you don't know much about my sect. Take this jade slip and sound-transmitting talisman. If you come to find me, I'll prepare a devil artifact for you. But Xiao Hua received the jade slip and sound-transmitting talisman, then cupped his hands and said, I'll take my leave now. We'll meet again someday. As Xiao Hua continued to move forward, the number of cultivators gradually decreased, and the number of empty grids also increased. Xiao Hua took a careful look and understood. He saw that there were some cultivators sitting cross-legged in the grids in this area. Most of these cultivators were dressed in camouflage robes, and there were some things placed in front of them. Some of these things were flying swords, some were magic tools, and even some were damaged magic weapons. Looking at the front of these things, there was a bright jade tablet with flickering words written on it. Some were rare refining materials, some were rare medicinal pills, some were magic weapons with certain effects written on them, and there were even some damaged flying swords and so on. And the things that are being traded here are things that the owner of the grid especially needs. The other things are not being traded at all. Xiao Hua looked at the few cultivators that were silently walking through the crisscrossing grid and thought to himself. He immediately turned around. There were some grids that required 10,000-year-old spirit herbs. He did have them, but unfortunately he couldn't use the things in the grids, so much so that he didn't even take a fancy to them. He didn't take out the spirit herbs. When he turned around and wanted to leave, he hesitated for a moment and turned around to look. He also found a grid and sat down. He stretched out his hand and patted it. The flying swords he obtained at Chicken Crow Mountain, except for 2 identical azure swords, all flew out and landed on the empty space in front of him. He then stretched out his hand and wrote 2 large words on the jade tablet in front of him. Then he took out the pill recipe he just exchanged, closed his eyes, and immersed his divine sense in to carefully examine it. The 2 large words Xiao Hua wrote on the jade tablet were also, pill recipe. The jade slip that the female cultivator gave him was just as the female cultivator said. It was abnormally damaged. Although there were many pill recipes inside, such as the Peiyuan pill, marrow cleansing pill, Jiu pill, Emojia pill, smoke feather pill, clear fragrance pill, Giji pill, yellow sway pill, and even the foundation building pill, these pill recipes only listed in detail the types and quantities of spirit herbs or spirit fruits needed to make these pills. There were no specific refining methods. To an ordinary alchemist, these were absolutely chicken ribs among chicken ribs. However, the more Xiao Hua looked, the more delighted he became. A bold idea was born in his mind. Although this Xiao doesn't know the refining methods of these pills, this Xiao has a refining method of my own. As long as I know the quantity and quantity of spirit herbs in the pills, I can refine them. That high thunder pill, ageless pill, and so on are all like this. Moreover, this Xiao also knows the Qi Huang technique, the Tao of monarch and minister, and the mutual promotion and suppression of the 5 elements. Therefore, even if I only know the types of spirit herbs used in the pill recipes and don't know the specific quantities, I'm afraid I can still refine the pills. Furthermore, as long as this Xiao knows the main ingredients used in the pills, I can also try to concoct the supplementary ingredients. Wouldn't this Xiao be able to create his own pill recipes? The more Xiao Hua thought, the more excited he became. He took out the pill recipes for the high thunder pill, ageless pill, and so on for reference. It really is like this? Xiao Hua said with a smile. The spirit herbs in each pill recipe follow the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of monarch and minister, and the principles of the 5 elements. In fact, some of the supplementary ingredients can be replaced by other spirit herbs with similar medicinal effects. While Xiao Hua was meditating on the pill recipes with his eyes closed, there were many cultivators surrounding him. After all, the flying sword that Xiao Hua took out was really attractive. Xiao Hua's flying sword was different from the flying swords of other cultivators. Most of the flying swords that Xiao Hua took out were in good condition. Even if they were damaged, the damaged parts were still there. In particular, the quality of these flying swords was extremely good. After all, they were the flying swords of high-level sword-nurturing swordsmen and drawing sword swordsmen. This was really rare in EG. There were many cultivators who came to EG. Other than wanting to trade some spirit stones and spirit herbs, there were even more cultivators who didn't participate in the battle who came for the flying swords of sword cultivators. Xiao Hua took out so many flying swords at once, how could it not attract the attention of others? However, there were many people looking, but not many people asking. After all, what Xiao Hua wanted was the pill recipes. A single pill recipe could support a small sect. This was not something that flying swords could compare to. Thus, everyone whispered for a long time, but no one came forward to ask. I'm afraid there's no hope. Xiao Hua already knew that the pill recipes couldn't be obtained so easily. He sighed and calculated the time. Just as he was about to get up, a cultivator dressed in camouflage opened his mouth. Fellow Taoist, what kind of pill recipe do you want? Oh? This fellow Taoist has a pill recipe? Xiao Hua was delighted and said with a smile. If I didn't have a pill recipe, how could I come to ask? That cultivator was not polite and asked back. Xiao Hua was actually hesitant. He wanted all the pill recipes of the Dawn Rain continent. The pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill. Fellow Taoist, you're really not polite. That cultivator wasn't astonished. He swept his gaze and said, Did fellow Taoist obtain these flying swords by killing swordsmen? Xiao Hua nodded. I was passing by a place and happened to encounter several sword cultivators. I killed them in passing and obtained these flying swords. Fellow Taoist intends to exchange pill recipes with me like this? The cultivator asked calmly. You really have the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill? Xiao Hua was really overjoyed. However, he wasn't anxious. Instead, he paused for a moment and said with a smile, Does fellow Taoist think this exchange is appropriate? Although these flying swords are very good, they're the best quality that I have seen in this year. That cultivator said in a deep voice, Unfortunately, the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill is even more precious. Even if you take out all these flying swords, it's still not enough to offset the pill recipe. Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid you'll have to take out some spirit stones. Xiao Hua shook his head and said, I only have these flying swords. If fellow Taoist wants them, then take out the pill recipe to exchange. I'm afraid it's not possible for me to take out some spirit stones. Then it's difficult. That cultivator naturally wouldn't give in. How about this? Xiao Hua looked at the people at the side and transmitted his voice. Since fellow Taoist has the pill recipe of the Azure Spirit pill, then you also have the pill recipes of the Origin Foundation pill, Dry Separation pill, and High Separation pill. I don't need the complete ones. I only need the types and quantities of the spirit herbs used to refine the medicinal pills. A broken flying sword for 2 incomplete pill formulas, and a perfect flying sword for 5 incomplete pill formulas. What do you think, fellow Taoist? Oh, fellow Taoist is very interesting. That cultivator was slightly taken aback and also transmitted his voice. To tell fellow Taoist the truth, I do have these pill recipes. However, I don't know if fellow Taoist only wants the Foundation Establishment pill recipes, or both the Qi Refinement and Golden Core pill recipes. There's no need for the Qi Refinement pill recipes. Xiao Hua said with a smile, if fellow Taoist has the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core pill recipes, it's fine. That cultivator said again, even if it's an incomplete pill recipe, it's still a secret to the sect. This old man can't easily reveal it. According to this old man's thoughts, a broken flying sword in exchange for a damaged foundation establishment pill formula, and a perfect flying sword in exchange for 2 damaged foundation establishment pill formulas. How about it? Ha! Seeing the Mi-Ho cultivator haggle, Xiaohua was delighted. He pretended to think for a moment and said, "What fellow Taoist said is reasonable. However, this flying sword of eyes is indeed not bad. There's no reason to sell it cheaply. Furthermore, this poor Taoist has also taken a look at EG just now. This poor Taoist has never seen a flying sword of this grade." Chapter 2280. As he spoke, Xiaohua casually took out a flying sword and said with a smile, "Didn't fellow Taoists see? The sword cultivator's primordial spirit is still inside this flying sword. It's really fresh." Hee. Erasing the primordial spirit of a flying sword naturally depends on cultivation. Nascent soul cultivators can do it with a wave of their hand, golden core cultivators can do it in the time it takes to brew a cup of tea, but foundation establishment cultivators? I'm afraid it'll take a lot of effort. Fellow Taoist doesn't use this thing, so there's no need to erase them one by one. This doesn't mean the flying sword is very good. That cultivator knew Xiaohua wanted to raise the price and said with a low laugh. Hee. Xiaohua was slightly embarrassed, but he didn't relent and said, "Then I won't say much. A golden core cultivator's pill formula for a complete flying sword, 3 foundation establishment pill formulas for a complete flying sword, 3 foundation establishment pill formulas for 2 incomplete flying swords. It can't be lower, after all. That incomplete pill formula of yours doesn't have any real use. How about this?" That cultivator pondered for a moment and transmitted his voice. "This old man agrees to your request, but you have to honestly answer this old man's question. Moreover, you have to swear a hard oath." This. Xiaohua hesitated and shook his head. "If this question doesn't involve Ai's privacy, I can naturally answer, but if, no." Without waiting for Xiaohua to finish, that cultivator waved his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with that. You'll naturally understand when you hear it." "Alright." Xiaohua nodded, but he didn't lose out and said, "However, I also have a question I hope fellow Taoist can answer." "Do I need to swear a hard oath?" The cultivator said with a smile. "Can this old man decide after listening?" "Of course." Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand. "Fellow Taoist, estimate yourself how many pill formulas can you take out?" That cultivator's divine sense swept over those flying swords, patted his hand, and took out a jade slip from his storage bag. He erased some of it with his divine sense and handed it to Xiaohua, saying, "Take a look, is it compatible with your flying sword?" "Great." Xiaohua took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine thoughts. His face was full of ecstasy. Although there were many prohibitions in the jade slip, each of them had the name of the elixir prescription, such as the Piyuan elixir, the Qianli elixir, and the Lingli elixir. There were also some elixir prescriptions that Xiaohua was not very familiar with. There were even 2 elixir prescriptions for practitioners of the Jindan realm. That's right, that's exactly the case. Xiaohua briefly examined it. It was exactly the same as the flying sword in the grid. He smiled and returned the jade slip to the cultivator. "Fellow Taoist, you can undo the restriction and take the flying sword away." "Good. Awesome." The Mi-Mo cultivator was obviously happy. He raised his hand, and all the flying swords were sucked into the space. Then, he unlocked the restriction on the jade slip and handed it to Xiaohua. Xiaohua checked it with his divine sense and also sucked the jade slip into the space. The surrounding practitioners saw that the Mi-Mo cultivator took the flying sword after the 2 of them talked for a long time. Their faces were full of astonishment, and they whispered to each other. They must be guessing the origin of the cultivator who took out the elixir prescriptions in exchange for the flying sword. "Fellow Taoist, can you tell me why you want so many elixir prescriptions?" The Mi-Mo cultivator asked with a smile. "This question doesn't involve your secret, right?" "Of course it involves." Xiaohua answered without the slightest hesitation, but then he changed the topic. "Of course, since fellow Taoist is so straightforward, this poor Taoist has no choice but to be frank. This poor Taoist wants to collect these pill formulas and see if he can concoct pills with similar medicinal effects but different spiritual herbs. Or I can figure out how to refine the elixir prescriptions according to the different spiritual herbs used in the elixir prescriptions. Xiaohua's words were right. He really had this idea in his heart. Oh, I see. The cultivator nodded. It seems that fellow Taoist is an alchemist, and an alchemist with lofty ambitions. I really can't compare to you. Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, I don't dare, I was just curious. I also have a question, I hope fellow Taoist can answer truthfully. Fellow Taoist, please, see if it's convenient to answer. The cultivator didn't dare to relax. Fellow Taoist has a lot of elixir prescriptions, you should also be an alchemist. Moreover, several of the elixir prescriptions are also precious. According to I's thinking, it's not possible to exchange them with the flying sword so easily. At least, if it's I, it's definitely not so easy. But fellow Taoist almost agreed without hesitation. I want to know the reason. Xiaohua was of course very puzzled. He just came to take a slot, but he didn't expect that someone would be willing to take out the elixir prescriptions. Moreover, the number of elixir prescriptions far exceeded his expectations. Hee, people are too curious. The cultivator laughed and said, if I didn't exchange, you wouldn't ask anything. I exchanged with you, but you're curious. This question, on the contrary, doesn't make I suspect that you have other ideas for exchanging elixir prescriptions. You really want to find a new way to refine elixirs. However, if this old man told you the real reason, would you regret it? Of course, this old man is an alchemist. Xiaohua didn't expect that this question would actually dispel the cultivator's doubts. He said very proudly, how could this old man regret obtaining these elixir prescriptions? What if I told you that these elixir prescriptions were taken from other people? The cultivator asked. To be able to take so many elixir prescriptions, fellow Taoist methods are really amazing. What could Xiaohua say? He could only choose to believe. Actually, this old man exchanged with you for 2 reasons. The cultivator was frank and said after thinking for a while. There are actually 2 reasons? Xiaohua stared blankly. First, it's very simple. Fellow Taoist is also clear that elixir prescriptions without refining methods can't be considered elixir prescriptions. Fellow Taoist can't refine real elixirs. And incomplete elixir prescriptions can be exchanged for flying swords. Why wouldn't this old man do it? Second, there's nothing to hide. Fellow Taoist may not understand now, but in a few short years, or at most several decades, fellow Taoist will definitely understand. These elixir prescriptions are precious now, but when the day comes that fellow Taoist understands, you'll discover that these elixir prescriptions won't be worth a single spirit stone. The cultivator said frankly, since that's the case, why don't this old man take advantage of the time when these elixir prescriptions are useful to exchange for more spirit stones? Fellow Taoist's words make this old man even more confused. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Why would these elixir prescriptions be useless in a few years? Since fellow Taoist is an alchemist, could it be that you haven't discovered that the current spiritual herbs are increasingly different from before? The spiritual herbs suitable for refining elixirs are increasingly fewer? The cultivator sneered, unless fellow Taoist isn't an alchemist. That's exactly the case. Xiaohua's mind lit up, and he slapped his head, saying, I've long heard of the changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Isn't it because of this spiritual energy that there are increasingly fewer suitable spiritual herbs? Since there are fewer suitable spiritual herbs, and the newly born spiritual herbs can't be used, I'm afraid these elixir prescriptions will all become trash. Since this old man knew about this, why didn't I think of it? Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist. As he spoke, Xiaohua reached out to grab the cultivator's Taoist robe, his mouth still muttering, this old man won't exchange with you, return the flying sword to this old man. Go. That cultivator turned around and left, saying as he walked, this old man already said that you'd regret it, but you still won't admit it. This flying sword has already entered this old man's storage pouch, how can I return it to you? Xiaohua said anxiously, You didn't say it clearly just now. Ha! That cultivator laughed extremely happily. If this old man said it, would you still exchange? Immediately, that cultivator ran extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Xiao Hua pretended to chase, standing there laughing until his belly almost split open. Damn it, this young master really didn't think of anything else. Xiao Hua saw that the cultivator was scared away by him, so he turned around and walked towards the center of the gathering place. As he walked, he laughed in his heart. The changes in heaven and earth's spiritual energy actually have such a big impact. Not only did the mortals' rice change, but even the spiritual herbs of cultivators also changed. This elixir also needs to change. If I take another step, won't the cultivation methods also change, and even the cultivation methods of the Taoist sect also change? Won't the method of selecting disciples also change? Is this also the reason why there are so many qi refining disciples entering Foundation establishment in the Imperial Thunder sect recently? Is it also because of this that many disciples of cultivation aristocratic families awaken their true bloodlines? What a pity that cultivator only thought of these changes, but he didn't know that the spiritual herbs in this young master space are different from those in Xiaoyu continent. With the original elixir prescriptions, they can still be refined. Thinking of this, Xiao Hua laughed again, but before he could finish laughing he quivered. The rice in this young master space is useful for mortals. Then, what about spiritual herbs? Can this young master's spiritual herbs also replace the spiritual herbs in Xiaoyu continent? In this way, won't this young master make a fortune? Become the richest cultivator in Xiaoyu continent? Good, don't let others find out. Xiao Hua immediately stuck out his tongue, thinking of the consequences. He could tell his name to the mortals of the secular world, but how could he dare to tell cultivators? If others found out, wouldn't there be thousands of methods waiting for him? This secret was a secret that could control the cultivation direction of the entire Xiaoyu continent. This matter needs to be carefully considered, carefully planned. Xiao Hua inwardly pondered, I can't not take out the spiritual herbs and other things, but I definitely can't let others know that they came from this young master. As the saying goes, the heavenly Tao is fair. Perhaps Xiao Hua's actions were unknown to others, but the heavenly Tao knew. Those golden threads in Xiao Hua's Buddhist fire became increasingly dense. Admittedly, they were fine and couldn't be seen, but the color gradually deepened. Xiao Hua naturally didn't know this. He was still shocked that he discovered such a big secret, and didn't even have time to carefully look at the elixir prescriptions he just exchanged. He followed the crowd and walked towards the center of EG. Don't you all feel that letting Xiao Hua go now is a bit of bullying? Or even an unfair victory? Wait a bit. Chapter 2281. Not long after, the crowd gradually became noisy, and the noise pulled Xiao Hua out of his contemplation. When Xiao Hua looked up, he saw a huge oval-shaped light shield not far away. It stood in the air and covered an area of about 10,000 feet. Moreover, vaguely under the milky white light shield, there seemed to be a purple disk floating casually. When Xiao Hua got closer, he could clearly see that the disk was a platform. There was a square protrusion on it. At this time, there was no one on it. It was flying up, down, left, and right inside the light barrier. Everyone had already rushed to the left side of the light shield, but the light shield was not open, and their divine sense couldn't penetrate it. They could only see that it was empty inside. Xiao Hua removed the fog and pulled a cultivator next to him to ask for directions. He then walked towards the southwest corner. Before Xiao Hua arrived, there was a loud bang sound, and a voice sounded from the light shield. Fellow Taoists, I am Si Sinyu, the ruler of this auction in Sky Patrol City. After 10 breaths, the auction's restriction will be opened. If you are a cultivator sent by the 3 cultivation countries to Sky Patrol City, you can enter with your token. If you are not participating in the battle, please take 5 high-grade spirit stones with you. When you pass through the restriction, use them as the entrance fee. Fellow Taoists without tokens and spirit stones can't enter the auction venue. Shua. As Si Sinyu's voice fell, it was like the sound of water falling 1,000 feet. A milky white brilliance poured down from the top of the light barrier. In an instant, the light barrier became transparent, and a thin old man could be seen standing on the platform within the light barrier. "Let's go!" The cultivators around Xiaohua were like flowing water again. They either took out their tokens or spirit stones and walked towards the light shield. This was also a good thing. Everyone entered the light barrier in an orderly manner. Xiaohua looked for Ziyi and saw him. From far away, he could see the figures of Ziyi and Good Fortune behind the tide of people. Xiaohua quickly walked over and cupped his hands. "Fellow Taoist Ziyi has been waiting for a long time. I came late." "Not too late, not too late." Ziyi smiled humbly. "Now is just the right time. If we had to squeeze with them earlier, wouldn't that be bad?" "Fellow Taoist, you're right." Xiaohua looked ahead and said, "Let's go in as well." Of course, Ziyi didn't move. Instead, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, weren't you fascinated by the auction? Or did you not even change out of the Imperial Thunder Sect's Taoist robes?" "I won't hide it from you, fellow Taoist. This Xiao hasn't participated in many auctions, and I've always gone alone, so I naturally have to wear the mystic robe." Xiaohua said honestly. "This is the first time I've accompanied fellow Taoist Zai on such a mission. I don't even know if I'm wearing camouflage. I'm really lucky." Zi smiled. "In order not to cause any trouble, let's put on the camouflage." As he spoke, Zi slapped his storage bag and took out a camouflage robe and put it on. Fu Lu also took out a robe, but he held it in his hand and didn't put it on. He should be waiting for Xiaohua. Seeing this, Xiaohua naturally didn't hold back. He put on the camouflage robe again and said with a smile, "This way, this Xiao's heart seems to be a lot more at ease." "Ai, not bad." Ziyi sighed and said, "Although there will be good things in the auction, people's hearts are hard to fathom. There will always be people who are greedy. Our cultivation is shallow, so we can't not make plans. Let's go. If we don't go, the auction's restriction will close again." The two of them walked quickly. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Ziyi, did you find anything?" "Nothing useful." Ziyi shook his head. "Don't look at how many cultivators and things there are in Iji. If it's something useful, I didn't find even half of it. What about fellow Taoist Xiao?" "Hehe, this Xiao can't compare to fellow Taoist Ziyi." Xiaohua replied, "This Xiao has to search for all the things I need, so everything I see is useful. In these 4 hours, this Xiao really did find a few useful things." Ziyi was very tactful and didn't ask what they were. Instead, he smiled and said, "Then I really have to congratulate fellow Taoist Xiao. In addition, this Xiaohua also hopes that fellow Taoist Xiao can obtain something in the auction later." "Ha! Forget it. Fellow Taoist Ziyi, didn't you see? There are many cultivators participating in the auction, and the number of things in their storage pouches is innumerable. This Xiao can't compare to them, so I didn't think about anything else. I just want to broaden my horizons." As they spoke, the two of them arrived at the light barrier. Xiaohua took out his command medallion and looked at Ziyi and Fu Lu. Sure enough, they each took out 5 spirit stones. Xiaohua passed through the restriction, and a strand of milky white light flew out from the light barrier and entered his command medallion. Then, it flew out again and covered Xiaohua's body, disappearing in a flash. Xiaohua smoothly stepped into the light barrier. However, Ziyi and Fu Lu were different. The milky white brilliance shot directly into the spirit stones in their hands, and with a slight twirl, the 10 spirit stones disappeared. The brilliance then completely enveloped the top of their heads, and appeared to be slightly slower. When the brilliance disappeared beneath their feet, there were no abnormalities, and the two of them also entered the magic array. However, unlike Xiaohua's calmness, Ziyi and Fu Lu's expressions were slightly nervous. It was not until they entered the array that the faintly discernible worry in their eyes disappeared. Inside the array, there were so many people gathered that it was almost impossible to see the end. The lively scene was no different from the previous auction that Xiaohua saw. The only thing that made Xiaohua feel strange was that there were no seats in the auction in Sky Patrol City. Everyone was just standing there. Damn it, this Sky Patrol City is really stingy. Xiao Hua smacked his lips a few times and thought to himself, entering EG requires spirit stones, and entering this auction also requires spirit stones. They don't even give out a futon, so I don't think there will be anything rare. Moreover, they don't even give out any number plates. It will be chaotic when the auction starts later. This scene, TSK. However, Xiao Hua was still overthinking. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the round platform that had been quietly floating in the air suddenly blossomed with a layer of milky white brilliance, and slowly descended, exactly at the same level as everyone. Si Xinyu said in a clear voice, "Fellow cultivators, I welcome all of you to my Sky Patrol City. Regardless of whether you are participating in the battle or coming to support, I will bring my Sky Patrol City's City Lord, Immortal Shuiyu, to welcome all of you." Then, Si Xinyu respectfully cupped his hands to the people around him. When everyone saw this, they knew that the auction had begun, so they all shut up and quietly looked at the high platform. I won't mention those who have participated in the previous auction in Sky Patrol City. However, there are many cultivators who have come to my Sky Patrol City during this period of time, so I have to spend some time talking to them. Otherwise, when these cultivators see that my Sky Patrol City's auction is so simple, I'm afraid they will criticize us. They might even compare this place with the other 6 cities. This old man can't afford to bear such a crime of neglect. Haha. A few people who were closer to Si Xinyu had already laughed. Oh, is it funny? As expected, Xiao Hua cursed in his heart. This young master is very suspicious that the few people who were secretly laughing just now are the disciples of Sky Patrol City. Those who have participated in the auction in Sky Patrol City during the Sword Principal battle must know that the number of people who can participate in the auction in Sky Patrol City has always been limited. The restriction and layout here are not like this. What you see in other big cities is the same in Sky Patrol City. However, because the battle has already begun and there are many cultivators who have come to Sky Patrol City, if we limit the number of people who can participate, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among the cultivators. It is also unfair to those who are going to fight with the sword cultivators. Therefore, Sky Patrol City changed the rules here. No matter who it is, as long as they are a disciple of Path Sect, they can enter. Of course, since all of you are standing here safely, it is enough to show that you are all disciples of Path Sect and there are no sword cultivators. Ha, that's right, that's right. The few people who were laughing also clapped their hands and shouted. This made Xiao Hua even more suspicious. Alright, I've roughly explained the reason why our Sky Patrol City is so slow. I'm sure the fellow Taoists who don't know what's going on already have an idea. I'd like to apologize to all of you. It's our fault for not treating you well. After Si Xinyu finished speaking, he bowed again. When he got up, he said, "In order to express our apology, since the Sword Principal battle began, all the items in the auction in Sky Patrol City had to pay half of the spirit stones. All elixirs, celestial weapons, and anything that is used to fight with sword cultivators will not be charged spirit stones." Then, Si Xinyu said some polite words and said, "Since we don't use any number plates for the auction in Sky Patrol City, all the items will be taken away by paying with spirit stones. If any fellow Taoist bids blindly, the consequences will be very serious." Clap clap. Si Xinyu waved his hand. "After listening for a long time, all of you must be tired of it. Since the auction has just begun, I will reveal a little. There are 2 good things in today's auction. One, of course, is that many of you are looking forward to it. Presumably, many of you came because of its reputation, so I am just giving you a heads up. The other thing? It is related to the spiritual weapon. Master blacksmiths, please prepare yourselves. Perhaps, with this item today, a spirit tool will be born in your hands." Oh my god! Spiritual weapon? After listening to Si Xinyu's provocation, even though Xiao Hua, who did not have much hope for this auction and only accompanied others to watch the fun, was moved in his heart. He thought, "I have only heard of spiritual weapons. In the auction of the nascent soul stage cultivators in Haoming City, there were also people who wanted to find souls to refine spiritual weapons. Could there be a broken spiritual weapon in Sky Patrol City? Chapter 2282. But that's not right. There are no nascent soul or spirit-severing seniors in this auction. Who can repair the spiritual weapon? I understand now. All of this is just a gimmick. Sure enough, everyone thought the same as Xiaohua. The cultivators around just whispered for a moment and changed the topic from the spiritual weapon to something else. They didn't care at all. Fellow cultivator. Ziye's strange voice came. Could it be that this Sky Patrol City really has a spiritual weapon? If so, I didn't come here in vain. Xiaohua turned his head to look at Ziyi, who was under the bewildering insect. Ziye's cultivation was really nothing much, yet Xiaohua was actually able to see through his bewildering insect. However, Ziye's bewildering insect seemed to be a high-level item. Xiaohua actually couldn't see Ziye's true appearance. Fellow cultivator, Xiaohua said earnestly, as if he was looking at a prodigal son who squandered his spirit stones, didn't you see that there isn't even a nascent soul cultivator here? How can there be a spiritual weapon? Even if it's a broken spiritual weapon, it's impossible. In this old man's opinion, it's probably just a fragment of a spirit tool that they're using as a gimmick. You'd better not climb up the pole. At that time, you'll have wasted your spirit stones and your life. I understand. Z liked the feeling of being cared for. He smiled and said, I was wondering why the cultivators next to me didn't say anything. I see, I'm still inexperienced. That's right. If it's I won't even look at this spiritual weapon. When the auction is about to end, I'll immediately turn around. Or I'll just watch from the side and watch others fight to the death. Xiaohua replied with a smile, You want me to waste my spirit stones for nothing? No way. While they were talking, the auction began. It was no different from the other auctions. Most of them were elixirs and spirit herbs. There was nothing new about them. However, Xiaohua's keen senses told him that the price of these elixirs and spirit herbs was obviously higher than the previous auctions. However, the price wasn't much higher. It was far from the gap that Xiaohua thought. Strange. Could it be that the Sky Patrol City didn't notice the change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This is impossible. Xiaohua felt a little strange. Even this young master knows that spiritual herbs and pills are gradually becoming rare. It's impossible for them not to know. As for the following items, there were also some damaged magic tools, which made Xiaohua even more puzzled. The price of magic tools seemed to be lower than normal, and in many cases, the amount of pills or spirit grasses requested for exchange was actually higher. What's going on? Xiaohua scratched his head. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua boasted that he didn't have much experience, so he turned his head and asked, Fellow Taoist, this old man is somewhat puzzled. Why is the price of this magic tool not as high as the spiritual grass? He remembered that the price of the previous magic tool was more than that. Could it be that now that there are flying swords for sword cultivators, everyone has switched to flying swords? Fellow Taoist, you're probably in the middle of the situation and can't see the crux of the matter. Z seemed to have known all along. He smiled and said, since the price of the magic tools is low, it naturally means that these magic tools are not worth that many spirit stones. On one hand, it could be that no one liked the artifacts, but on the other hand, is it because spirit stones are too precious? That's right. Ziye's words were like a wake-up call. Xiaohua woke up from his daze and secretly pondered. This young master previously thought of the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual grass and medicinal pills would change, but I didn't expect that spirit stones would also change. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the spirit stones is originally there. Every piece consumed is one less piece, so it must be more precious. Unless there's a real need for medicinal pills, no one would take out spirit stones to consume. No wonder many things only ask for spirit stones during the bidding and nothing else. So much so that the 3 sects of the state of Shi would send out disciples to forcefully seize the spirit stone veins of other sects. The result of the changes in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The influence is really too great. All right, fellow Taoists, now we're bidding for a batch of medicinal pills used by Foundation Establishment cultivators. Azure Spirit Pill, Chief Cattail Pill, bright flower pill, foundation pill, etc. Please place your bids. Si Sinew waved his hand, and a brilliance flashed on the table in front of him. Suddenly, a dozen jade bottles appeared. He said again, "This batch of medicinal pills only requires high-grade spirit stones. Please place your bids." Hee, this young master saved money this time. Xiao Hua's purpose in coming to the auction was actually the Azure Spirit Pill. He wanted to get more Azure Spirit Pills to improve his cultivation, but he had obtained the incomplete pill formula of the Azure Spirit Pill and knew the scarcity of spirit stones. Naturally, he wouldn't take out any spirit stones to waste. This time, he really became a spectator of the auction. Bored, Xiaohua looked at Ziyi again. To his surprise, Ziyi didn't bid from the beginning to the end, not even once. It's not strange. Everything about this guy's cultivation is probably prepared in his family. What's the point of him bidding? He's just here to watch the fun. Xiaohua thought with a smile. After a while, the medicinal pills were all snatched up by a group of cultivators. Si Sinew appeared again. Speaking of the changes in the auction in the Sky Patrol City, not only are there more fellow Taoists, but the items for bidding have also changed. Now, the items that can appear in the auction, in addition to medicinal pills, magic tools, and other items, are flying swords, sword techniques, and other items for sword cultivators. Next is to bid for a batch of flying swords and sword techniques. As Si Sinew waved his hand, a row of flying swords of different shapes appeared on the table, as well as some sword-shaped jade slips. Great! Xiaohua was overjoyed when he saw the sword slips. Although the orthodoxy left by Li Xiubai and Immortal Bright Sword was very precious, after all, it was the sword intent left by a nascent soul cultivator. It required Xiaohua to comprehend the sword intent to step into the hall of sword cultivators. Xiaohua only took a fancy to the sword heart elemental seed technique and didn't comprehend any sword intent at all. Moreover, with Xiaohua's current flying sword cultivation, he couldn't comprehend any sword intent at all. If he wanted to accept the 9 stars illuminating the sun or even Immortal Bright Sword's deer sword intent, he still had to start from the most basic sword cultivator. If he could find some sword slips here, he could solve the problem of cultivation. If I had known earlier, I would have looked through the storage bags of sword cultivators. Xiaohua was a little regretful at this time. He wanted to improve his magic power and didn't think much about sword cultivators. Can I take a look at these flying swords? A cultivator not far from Xiaohua raised his hand and shouted. I also want to take a look. At the same time, several people raised their hands and shouted. Of course, many of the cultivators here had flying swords as their magic tools. They also wanted to get a sword cultivator's flying sword from this auction in Sky Patrol City. Please. Si Sinew slapped his hand and the circular platform flew to a place not too far away from the cultivators. Then he channeled his magic power and several milky white rays of light shot out from the edges of the circular platform. Like a rainbow bridge, they landed before the cultivators. I also want to take a look. Xiaohua hesitated a little and also raised his hand. A similar rainbow bridge fell in front of him. Xiaohua stepped on the rainbow bridge and the rainbow bridge automatically shrank, bringing Xiaohua and the other cultivators to the high platform. Fellow Taoists, please take a look. Si Sinew waved his hand and a trace of brilliance flashed on the flying swords and sword slips, removing the restriction that protected them. Xiaohua scanned with his divine sense and knew that the quality of these flying swords was not much different from what he had obtained before. He was too lazy to look at them. He watched the other cultivators reach out and pick up their flying swords, then he waved his hand and a palm-sized sword slip fell into his hand. When Xiaohua's divine sense entered it, he saw that there were some restrictions that blocked the contents. He could only see some so-called names, such as Yin-Yang Sword Technique, Green Bamboo Sword Technique, and so on. Xiaohua looked at it for a moment, then put down the sword slip and continued to look at the others. In fact, there was no difference whether he looked or not. It was just that the sword slips were different and the names inside were different. Xiaohua thought. Since the captured flying swords are similar, then the things in the storage bags of sword cultivators should be similar. Moreover, This young master also obtained the storage bags of a few 6th-grade swordsmen. This young master doesn't believe that there are no sword slips in those storage bags. After a moment, the cultivators looked at all the flying swords. Like Xiaohua, they each picked up a sword slip and looked at it. Naturally, they looked at it again and put it down. After Si Xinyu sent Xiaohua and the others off, he said, "Fellow Taoists, these fellow Taoists have already looked at the flying swords and sword techniques. They don't have any objections. These flying swords and sword techniques are no different from those of sword cultivators. The fellow Taoists who captured the flying swords have already bid. They only want spirit stones and spirit herbs of equivalent value. They don't want any magic tools or magic treasures. If any fellow Taoist is interested, you can bid." As he spoke, Si Xinyu flicked his sleeve and some words were found on the flying swords. It was precisely the starting price of these flying swords. "Ha, fellow Taoist, what are you doing?" Below the round platform, the crowd of cultivators had already begun to bid, the voices of bidding rising and falling one after another. Meanwhile, Xiaohua took out his storage pouch with a lowered head. Midnight couldn't help but ask, "If you don't have enough spirit stones, you can tell this young one. This young one still has some spirit stones here." "No need, I want to see how many spirit stones there are in the storage bag." Xiaohua waved his hand. The storage bag he took out was naturally a sword cultivator's. Moreover, for the sake of insurance, he first took out the storage bags of the 2 twin swordsmen. Fortunately, he saw a green wooden staff-like sword technique in the first storage bag, so he didn't need to take out the second one. "Not bad, I don't need to spend spirit stones." Xiaohua clapped his hands and put away the storage bag. A charming smile appeared on his face as he quietly watched the competing bids. Under the Miho, Ziye's eyes had a somewhat strange expression. Because others might not notice, but he clearly saw that Xiaohua's storage bag belonged to a sword cultivator. It was different from the storage bag of a cultivator. After waiting for the bidding of the flying swords and sword techniques to end, Xiaohua slightly relaxed. Not for anything else, but the price of these flying swords was not much different from the price he sold them to the Miho cultivator. Even if he suffered a loss, it wasn't too big of a loss. The bidding of the sword cultivators' items is over. Next should be the equipment cultivators and beast cultivators. Unfortunately, the war has been going on for more than a year, and their items are still rare. The fellow Taoists present can work harder and kill more equipment cultivators and beast cultivators in the war, so that we can obediently give our spirit stones to fellow Taoists. Si Xinyu said with a smile. Chapter 2283. There was a burst of laughter in the hall, as if tool cultivators and beast cultivators were a piece of cake. Hee, tool cultivators and beast cultivators. Interesting. Xiaohua's heart itched when he heard this. He wanted to see these 2 strange cultivation methods as soon as possible. Just when Xiaohua was laughing secretly, Si Xinyu said again, "Of course, in addition to tool cultivators and beast cultivators, there are also soul cultivators' items from Meng Mountains. However, as everyone knows, soul cultivators' items are very rare and mysterious, and they don't look good. They are either bones or skeletons, and some are even poisonous. In the previous auctions, no one bid for soul cultivators' items, so this time, I didn't take out any ordinary soul cultivators' items. Now, what we are bidding for is a soul tool." "Soul tool? Take it out quickly." A few impatient cultivators shouted, "I have heard of soul tools, but I have never seen one before." "Good." Si Xinyu clapped his hand, and a bright light flashed on the table, and an extremely ugly toad appeared on the table. "This is a soul tool?" Everyone was in an uproar. Everyone scanned the toad with their divine sense, and they knew that this shriveled toad was a toad without any magic power fluctuation. If it wasn't a soul tool, they would have thought it was a toad's corpse. "Fellow Taoist C," a cultivator asked, "is there a way to use this soul tool?" Si Xinyu said without hesitation, "This soul tool must be obtained by a sword cultivator from a soul cultivator. If they don't know how to use it, how can I know?" This old man took it out to bid because I want to see which sect or family has a secret technique that can use it. Isn't it just a toad? Many cultivators shook their heads, and they were not even interested in going on the stage. On the other hand, Xiao Hua's spirit was roused. His primordial spirit was in the depths of the dark clouds, trying to comprehend soul cultivation techniques. He hadn't made any significant progress so far, so if he could get this soul armament, he might be able to reap some benefits. Of course, Xiao Hua was not stupid enough to go out to check at this time. He just stood quietly and watched the development of things. Sure enough, Si Xinyu smiled bitterly, flicked his sleeve and said, "Since no fellow Taoist is interested, this old man will take it. In the future, when there are more disciples from aristocratic families, perhaps." "Don't worry," Xiao Hua said with a smile. "How do we bid for this item? If the number of spirit stones required is too low, this old man will take it." "Oh." Si Xinyu was taken aback. He glanced at Xiao Hua and hurriedly said, "This is the first soul tool to be traded in my Sky Patrol City. The price is not high, just 1,000 top-grade spirit stones." When Xiao Hua heard this, he waved his hand and said, "Fellow Taoist C is asking for too much. This old man is curious and wants to play with it. Not to mention 1,000 top-grade spirit stones, even if it was 100, this old man still wouldn't pay." The current Xiao Hua's technique of loosening the reins only to grasp them better is truly adepta. Haggling wasn't like cutting at the waist, it was like cutting at the foot. "Fellow Taoist, you must be joking," Si Xinyu answered, putting aside the fact that this soul item is a mysterious treasure from millions of Meng mountains. Even if fellow Taoist had risked his life to capture it, there is no way we can offer such a low price. If fellow Taoist really wants it, 800. Seeing that Si Xinyu actually said that he was going to risk his life for the sake of his fellow Taoists and didn't even mention the base price of this soul tool, Xiao Hua knew that he was the only one who had inquired about this item. The price offered by the Sky Patrol City wasn't high at all. "How about this?" as fellow Taoist Si said, "For fellow Taoist who risked his life on the battlefield, this old man will offer 300 spirit stones." Xiao Hua sighed. "If 300 top-grade spirit stones are not enough, then I will have to ask fellow Taoist C to keep it for the next bid." But Si Xinyu nodded, then looked around and asked, "Which fellow Taoist wants to raise the price?" Unfortunately, the whole place was silent. After all, this soul item was useless. 300 top-grade spirit stones were equivalent to 30 foundation establishment pills. For most of the cultivators in the Qi refining and foundation establishment realm, this was already a high price. How could anyone raise the price? "This soul item is yours." The round table flew to Xiao Hua. Si Xinyu flicked his hand, and the toad flew to Xiao Hua. "Thank you, fellow Taoist C." Xiao Hua reached out and grabbed the toad, looked at it with disdain, and then threw it into the storage bag. Then, he took out a small storage bag and threw 300 spirit stones into it and handed it to Si Xinyu. When Si Xinyu flew away again, Zi asked in a low voice, "Fellow Taoist, this thing is a waste, and how high can a soul item be obtained from a sword cultivator?" If this young man guessed correctly, this must be the most basic soul item. Fellow Taoist took out 300 top-grade spirit stones at once. "It's a bit of a loss. AI, how can I not know?" Xiao Hua sighed, "But this was also obtained by fellow Taoist who risked his life. If I bid for this soul item, wouldn't that fellow Taoist have an extra 300 top-grade spirit stones? Wouldn't he use these spirit stones to bid for the medicinal pills and magic tools he needs? Wouldn't he be able to kill more sword cultivators? Fellow Taoist, sometimes you can't just look at the value of this thing, you also have to look at the story behind it." Fellow Taoist Xiao. Zi was so excited that he actually called out Xiao Hua's surname. This young man really didn't expect that you could actually think so much. This young man really didn't know you in vain. Hee, I have always been very low-key. If it weren't for fellow Taoist forcing me, I would definitely bury these words deep in my heart. Xiao Hua said rather shamelessly. At this time, Si Xinyu on the round platform laughed loudly again. "The most difficult soul item to bid for has been auctioned today. which is an excellent sign. Next is the treasure of today's auction. This is also the purpose of many fellow Taoists coming to my Sky Patrol city to bid for it. Rejuvenation Pill. Rejuvenation Pill. A female cultivator's voice sounded like madness. Before this old man can say it, some fellow Taoists already know what this old man is going to say. Si Sinyu's face revealed a smile. However, this old man still has to introduce this rejuvenation pill. I believe that all fellow Taoists know about Tong Mu City's face retaining pill. That is the spirit pill that many female qi refinement cultivators yearn for day and night. That is a miraculous medicine that can retain the youth of a young female cultivator. To tell you the truth, when this old man was young and handsome, he had also been to Tong Mu City. Unfortunately, this old man was no match for those delicate female cultivators. I was kicked out of Tong Mu City by them with a single kick. They even said that this old man was a pretty boy, so how could he compare to their delicate looks? Haha. Everyone in the hall laughed loudly. At that time, this old man also felt that it was reasonable in his heart. A female cultivator's appearance is the love of the heavens. How could this old man, a pretty boy, compare to them? Si Sinyu still said seriously, however, after this old man became a pretty boy, I realized that something was wrong. Youth, that is what every cultivator should have. Whether it is a pretty boy or a pretty girl, they have the right to retain their youth and beauty. If time could turn back, this old man would definitely bid for that face-retaining pill. Phew, some cultivators laughed mockingly. Fellow Taoist C has already become a pretty boy, so don't think about the face-retaining pill anymore. You can bid for this rejuvenation pill and become a pretty boy again. That's right. Si Sinyu laughed and said, this old man also has the same intention. However, looking at so many pretty girls, this old man can't help but feel soft-hearted again. Let's give this opportunity to them again. What a pretty boy. A female cultivator laughed coquettishly and said, this favor, we will remember it. All the cultivators laughed again. Fellow Taoists, you all know that the face-retaining pill is very miraculous. Moreover, the miraculous thing is not the pill formula, but the rare face-retaining grass. This thing is extremely difficult to grow. Many cultivators with heaven-defying methods are unable to cultivate it. It can only rely on the natural growth of the Dawn Rain continent. Si Sinyu said again, Tong Mu City also has some kind of secret technique that allows them to bid for one face-retaining pill every month. For so many years, this secret has never been leaked, which really makes this old man surprised. However, since a few years ago, perhaps due to the change in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, Tong Mu City can only bid for one face-retaining pill every year. That face-retaining pill has almost become an extinct item. Fortunately, the heavens didn't cut off our Dawn Rain continent's female cultivators' love for beauty. Our Sky Patrol City is fortunate enough to obtain a secret technique that allows us to refine this rejuvenation pill. Not only can it retain the beauty of young female cultivators, but it can also restore the beauty of female cultivators who have lost their looks, allowing them to regain their youthful radiance. What? Is this true? Ziyi, who was beside Xiaohua, stuttered. He wasn't asking Xiaohua, but looking at Si Sinyu on the high platform who was trying his best to bluff, he muttered to himself in a low voice. Of course it's true. Even if Xiaohua didn't say it, a cultivator refuted, fellow Taoist, didn't you see that the people gathered in front are all female cultivators? When they were bidding before, they never bid. They were just waiting for this rejuvenation pill today. When Xiaohua heard this, he looked as far as his eyes could see. Indeed, the people in front of him were all female cultivators. Most of them were dressed in camouflage robes, and a few of them were young and didn't have high cultivation. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over them, but none of the camouflage robes could penetrate. Obviously, their cultivation was at Foundation Establishment and Golden Core. According to the situation of the female cultivator that Xiaohua met before, these female cultivators were probably all at Golden Core realm. Even those young female cultivators were entrusted by their masters to come and bid. Youth is fleeting. Radiant splendor is difficult to retain. Time is like water, the years are like songs. The face-retaining pill in this world is already a blessing from the heavens. Now, a rejuvenation pill has actually appeared, which can bring back youth. This is simply the jealousy of the heavens. Ziyi clearly felt that it was inconceivable, and he muttered. Seeing such an arrogant aristocratic family's disciple become infatuated, Xiaohua couldn't help but feel proud. His little tail was raised higher than anyone else's. Sigh, I don't know which alchemy grandmaster is so generous. Xiaohua sighed and said, this kind of thing is something that I can't even dream of. Chapter 2284. Xiaohua, that hypocrite. He was afraid that people would associate this rejuvenation pill with him, or proudly show off in front of others. Unfortunately, Ziyi only muttered to himself. Looking at the high platform, Sisinyu carefully took out a small jade bottle from his storage pouch. That jade bottle was also out of the ordinary. It was milky white in color, and there were golden threads entwined inside. Sweeping it with his divine sense, the magic power fluctuations in the golden threads were very abundant. Obviously, there was an extremely powerful restriction. Looking at the surface of that milky white jade bottle, a lifelike woman in palace attire was sitting in front of a bronze mirror. She seemed to be dressing up, and in that bronze mirror, the woman's beautiful and picturesque features were reflected. What was special was that in that bronze mirror, not only was there the face of the female cultivator, there was also a reflection of the window frame. In the reflection, there was a ray of sunlight outside the window, a few peach blossoms, and half of a green tree faintly dancing in the wind. Wonderful! Isn't it the spring scenery dancing in the spring breeze, the spring lady shyly dressing up? Z couldn't help but clap his hands again. Just based on this jade bottle, I don't know how much thought that pill refining grandmaster put into it. Even if I don't look at that rejuvenation pill, my curiosity has long been aroused by this item. This grandmaster's thoughts are really ingenious. Xiaohua smiled bitterly in his heart. He didn't give Qian Diheng any jade bottle, and he never thought of doing anything with it. However, in his heart, he admired Qian Diheng's methods. If it was just his ugly face-retaining pill, perhaps it could cause some sort of commotion, but it would definitely only be taken seriously after it was consumed. How could there be this? The rejuvenation pill hadn't even appeared yet, and just this jade bottle that was nothing had already caused everyone to go crazy? I'm afraid this is the legendary, buying the casket and returning the pearl, Xiaohua secretly said. Even this jade bottle cost a lot of spirit stones. Alas, only this kind of ingenious jade bottle is worthy of the rejuvenation pill. However, this was only the beginning. Sisinyu threw the jade bottle into the air. Sisinyu flung his robe and the jade bottle emitted a layer of green light. The jade bottle suddenly enlarged and the woman in the palace dress in front of the bronze mirror slowly stood up and flew out of the jade bottle. Moreover, as the woman flew over, the wind, rain, thunder, lightning, and so on continued to attack. The woman's face gradually aged under the attack of the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. The traces of time were deeply engraved in her face. Her cloud-like hair gradually turned snow. Hua! However, there seemed to be anger in the woman's eyes. She waved her hand and the wind, rain, thunder, and lightning all fell into her hand. It was a bright and sunny day, but this sunny day couldn't hide the loneliness and regret in her eyes. At this moment, the woman raised her head again and looked at Haruai. She raised her hand, and a rainbow-colored brilliance appeared on her bark-like hand. That brilliance was directed at Haruai. When the light faded away, an extremely ordinary medicinal pill appeared in the woman's hand. Seeing this, how could the cultivators not know? This medicinal pill must be the rejuvenation pill. Sure enough, the woman's eyes were filled with joy. She waved her hand and the medicinal pill entered her mouth. Immediately, the woman's body was covered in a boundless green light. Tens of thousands of flowers had descended from the sky, and when they were all floating around the woman, they actually became her flowery clothes. As the flowers bloomed like brocade, the woman turned her head around again, and no one was able to see her face. However, when everyone was puzzled, a bronze mirror appeared in front of the woman's chest. The bronze mirror overflowed with brilliance. When the brilliance fell on the 10,000 flowers, the woman's abnormally shy face appeared in the bronze mirror. It seemed to be angry and happy at the same time. This face was exactly the same as the one in the mirror. It was even more delicate. What was even more different was that the joy in her eyes couldn't be concealed. Wonderful! Even if this rejuvenation pill was refined by Xiaohua, he, the initiator, was also fascinated by the scene in front of him. His heart tightened along with the woman's displeasure. When the woman became happy again, his heart relaxed and he couldn't help but praise. When the word "wonderful" came out, Xiaohua realized that the spell on the jade bottle actually had the effect of bewitching people's hearts. Damn it! This Qian Diheng! How many spirit stones did he spend? Xiaohua couldn't help but scream in his heart. However, before he finished sighing, he heard a female cultivator shout hysterically, "This concubine offers 50,000 top-grade spirit stones. This rejuvenation pill, this concubine must have it today." Well, Xiaohua didn't need to think anymore. Qian Diheng's method finally showed its effect. 70,000. Immediately, another female cultivator shouted, 100,000. 120,000. There was no need for Sinew to say another word. Those female cultivators, especially the middle stage and early stage gold core female cultivators, they all walked into the trap one after another. Good. I'm rich, I'm rich. No one knew better than Xiaohua how many rejuvenation pills Qian Diheng had in his hands. He simply didn't dare to calculate. Even if Xiaohua counted the 10 fingers of his 2 hands and the 10 fingers of his 2 feet, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to calculate how many spirit stones he could earn. Hearing the number of spirit stones continuously rising, Xiaohua's eyes also continuously emitted golden flowers. He simply didn't see Ziyi beside him, who had been trying to raise his hand. However, just as Ziyi raised his hand, before he could say the number of spirit stones, he was immediately cut off by another female cultivator. Ziyi had no choice but to open his mouth again, but he still didn't have time to do so. Another female cultivator intercepted him again. Every time he was a little late, and every time he called out a price, it was a little less than the others. 250,000. Ziyi was simply hysterical. With great difficulty, he raised his hand and raised the price of the spirit stones by more than 30,000. Young master! Fu Lu immediately panicked. He immediately pulled Ziyi and said, "We came here, how can we have so many spirit stones?" However, without waiting for Ziyi to answer, a female cultivator immediately dispelled Fu Lu's worries. 260,000. 270,000. Ziyi didn't hold back and called out while the iron was hot. 280,000. At this time, there were fewer and fewer female cultivators who could bid. Clearly, many female cultivators still underestimated the temptation of this rejuvenation pill, and the spirit stones they brought were still not enough. Xiaohua's divine sense swept over those female cultivators who didn't wear camouflage clothing, and he knew. 300,000. Ziyi still called out. Young master, Fu Lu was anxious and said in a low voice, "Young master, this servant really didn't bring so many spirit stones. If you bid so high, what will you give them? Don't you still have that thing? If you can't do it, then give it to them," Ziyi said without care. These words scared Fu Lu so much that his heart suddenly flew to the sky. He wanted to stop Ziyi's hand, but he didn't dare. After thinking for a moment, he had no choice but to look at Xiaohua. Xiaohua naturally didn't want Ziyi to spend spirit stones for no reason, but he didn't know how to stop Ziyi. After thinking for a moment, Xiaohua sighed and said, "Alas, it's enough to have I as a gigolo in this world. Why does fellow Taoist also want to be a gigolo? Even if you want to be a gigolo, you don't have to fight for this rejuvenation pill, right? I heard that Tongmu City has a face-retaining pill. It's good that you bid for it. There's no reason for you to fight for it with these gold core realm women. Can you fight for it with them?" "I have no choice but to do it." Ziyi naturally understood that Xiaohua was talking about him. He took the time to explain and shouted again, 320,000. Alas, it's my fortune to obtain it, but it's my fate to lose it. Fellow Taoists still can't see through it. Xiaohua flicked his sleeves and said, the feelings of traveling alone on a snowy night have long disappeared. Ziyi hesitated for a moment, and the remaining 3 female cultivators raised the number to over 350,000. Ziyi stretched out his hand, and his fingers trembled in the air a few times. He put them down again and sighed. Forget it. This thing can only be found by chance. Even in my dreams, I really didn't expect to encounter this thing here. If I had been prepared earlier, this thing would be extremely useful to me. So it's like that. Xiaohua nodded, but didn't ask too much. He said, you can't do it this time, but there's still a next time. Didn't you hear what the Chancellor said? There will be more every month. Alas, let's not talk about whether or not I can come next time. Just by looking at these gold core female cultivators, I don't know how many female cultivators will come next time. I didn't have a chance this time, and I'm afraid I won't have a chance in the future. Then forget it, Xiaohua said with a smile. Maybe you'll be able to get this thing in the future even if you don't bid. Hee, not every cultivator is as lucky as fellow Taoist to be able to obtain a youth-retaining spirit herb when they were young. Ziyi said with a smile. I've become a gigolo, but fellow Taoist is still a gigolo. No wonder you didn't bid. Even if I wasn't a gigolo, I wouldn't bid for this rejuvenation pill. Isn't it better if we go to Jianghu City to look for the youth-retaining pill? Xiaohua said disdainfully. Didn't you hear what the Chancellor said? Jianghu City's youth-retaining pill is already auctioned once a year. Ziyi said with some regret. Isn't that right? That slut Qin Yi's youth-retaining grass was destroyed by Sun Qian. Although I saved it, it was still damaged. Isn't this related to Jianghu City's youth-retaining pill? Xiaohua suddenly came to a realization, and he pondered in his heart. Then this flower burial manor is surely related to Dawntree City. I'm afraid it won't be easy to get revenge. Moreover, I have to be careful not to let Jianghu City find me. That Qin Yi might find trouble with me. Just as Xiaohua and Ziyi were chatting, the rejuvenation pill finally fell into the hands of a bewildered cultivator. The final price was actually 380,000 top-grade spirit stones. At this time, this huge number could no longer attract Xiaohua's attention. The more spirit stones there were, the more it was just a number. It was far from being able to attract Xiaohua's attention when it was a pile of spirit stones in front of him. Are we going to leave? Xiaohua said with a smile. Chapter 2285. When the auction ends, people will rush out and it will be crowded. I have no interest in bidding for some bullshit spiritual weapon, so it's better to leave early. That's right. Ziyi knew that although the auction in Sky Patrol City was a little simple, there would be no problem in terms of crowding. However, after hearing Xiaohua's words, he nodded and smiled, and I also feel a little aggrieved, so it's better to walk in the snow now. But Xiaohua stretched out his hand and grabbed Ziyi's sleeve. I have the same idea. Just as Xiaohua and Ziyi turned around, they heard Si Sinyu's loud voice from the high platform. The famous rejuvenation pill finally has a happy ending. I'm sure many of you have regrets, but it's okay. The most famous alchemy master in Dawn Rain Continent has reached an agreement with my Sky Patrol City. He will provide a rejuvenation pill every month at this time. Those who didn't bid for the rejuvenation pill can come to my Sky Patrol City a month later, and your wish will definitely come true. And this is the last item in my Sky Patrol City's auction. Si Sinyu said mysteriously. In fact, this item may not be as expensive as the rejuvenation pill. However, it is indeed very rare, and most of the cultivators here have never seen it before. They have never even heard of it. This is the reason why I put it last. This is the original body of the beast cultivator from Heng Country. Everyone, please take a look. This is a cultivator who fought with the beast cultivator from Heng Country. After the beast cultivator was injured, the beast cultivator transformed into a spiritual beast. As Si Sinew spoke, he patted the storage bag at his waist, and a holy light flashed. A spiritual beast of a few feet in size with a shining body appeared in the air. Isn't this the commonly seen duck? A female cultivator who was slightly closer couldn't help but laugh. How did this become the original body of the beast cultivator? Hee, fellow cultivator, is your duck so big? Does your duck have a demon core in its body? Your duck's soul is extremely condensed, comparable to a cultivator? Si Sinew asked 3 questions in a row, which made the female cultivator blush. Xiaohua had just turned around with Midnight. When he heard the commotion on the stage, he also unintentionally turned around to take a look. However, when he saw the spirit beast on the high platform, he could not help but feel astonished. It was a spirit beast that was slightly bigger than an ordinary child, and its body was covered in milky white fur. On its large head, there was a flat and wide beak. Its eyes were very large, but they were slightly closed. Occasionally, there would be a flash of light in its eyes, reflecting bits and pieces of light. Its body was not much bigger than its head, but it also had 2 short and thin legs. Above the legs were 2 duck feet with webbed feet. Wasn't this a duck commonly seen in the mortal world? And it was an underage duckling. However, for some reason, when Xiaohua saw this duck, an inexplicable sense of familiarity welled up in his heart. How is this possible? When have I ever seen this duck? Xiaohua felt that it was inconceivable. Although that sense of familiarity was vague, just a trace, Xiaohua still shook his head slightly. But at this time, the duckling opened its eyes slightly, as if it was looking around. Its sad and helpless eyes were like human emotions, sweeping across everyone. Although the duckling's eyes did not stop on Xiaohua's body, the primordial spirit in Xiaohua's hand of karma suddenly rippled. Could it be? The thing I sensed in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment? Was this duckling? Xiaohua was baffled. What kind of karma does this beast cultivator have with me? Fellow Taoist? Are you not leaving? Midnight was originally walking, but when he saw Xiaohua standing there in a daze, he could not help but ask. Oh, there's no hurry. Xiaohua said with a smile, I have never seen any beast cultivator before. I want to see what exactly this beast cultivator is. AI, how can this be a beast cultivator? Midnight said disdainfully, after a beast cultivator is injured, it is still a human. Even if the beast cultivator's realm is very high, it is still in a half-beast, half-human state. It can't be a complete spirit beast. It's a little strange. Oh? Fellow Taoist, you seem to be very familiar with beast cultivators. Xiaohua replied casually. It's nothing. I have dabbled in a lot of things, but I don't know much about them, so my cultivation is not high. Midnight's eyes hidden in the maze looked at Xiaohua with concern, but Xiaohua did not care and asked casually, I see. Fellow Taoist, you seem to have found something strange? Seeing that Xiaohua was not paying attention, Midnight said with a smile, the ruler of Sky Patrol City has some skills. This duckling's soul is said to be solid, comparable to a 7th grade or 8th grade spirit beast. If the soul can be extracted, it may be possible to refine a spirit weapon. Well, the most interesting thing is that this 8th grade spirit beast was seriously injured and did not have the slightest strength to fight back. Xiaohua said with a cold snort, it can only let others extract its soul. Fellow Taoist, you seem to have the slightest sympathy for this beast cultivator. Midnight was slightly stunned and smiled. It doesn't match your identity as a cultivator at all. This has nothing to do with Tao sect and beast cultivators. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, I just don't want to see this kind of cruel situation. Even sword cultivators and beast cultivators can't do it? Yes, no one can. Xiaohua said with a smile, however, please don't provoke I. If you provoke I, even if you poke I with a sword thousands of times, I won't sympathize. Haha. Midnight laughed. Fellow Taoist, you are really sincere. Fellow Taoists, everyone saw it. Si Sinew pointed with his finger and said, there is no restriction on this beast cultivator's body at all, and there is no magic power in its body. Fellow Taoist who wants to refine a spirit weapon, or who has a secret method to use souls, please bid. This is a soul comparable to an 8th grade spirit beast. If not for this sword cultivator battle, no beast cultivator would come knocking on our door. How could we see it? Fellow Taoist, do you think anyone will bid? Xiao Hua was not in a hurry to bid, but asked Midnight. I'm afraid there won't be anyone. Midnight laughed. The higher the grade of the spirit beast, the more solid its soul, and the more powerful the magic power and method to extract it. This spirit beast is about to die, and from what I see, its soul is already showing signs of dissipating. I'm afraid that in a few days, this spirit beast will die. During this period of time, not to mention preparing to extract the soul, it will be difficult to even leave Sky Patrol City. Besides, the soul of a dying spirit is not easy to extract. If it's not done well, the soul of the person extracting it may be implicated. What do you mean? Xiao Hua did not understand. Cough cough, Fu Lu coughed twice, as if his throat was swollen. Hee, I don't really understand this, but it seems to be related to the destination of the soul. Midnight ignored Fu Lu and said with a smile. Ghost Manor? Xiao Hua thought. He had seen ghost cultivators, and also encountered evil spirits. Naturally, he knew that the soul went to a mysterious place. This, Ghost Manor, was only a title, and even cultivators did not know where it was. The soul has its own destination. If it is blocked, of course, there will be something wrong. If it is not for great magic power, who would dare to do it? Xiao Hua nodded and said, Actually, that's not necessarily the case. Midnight said with slight hesitation, It is said that many devil cultivators also extract the souls of mortals or cultivators, so there is nothing wrong with it. Who cares? Xiao Hua laughed. I don't want to extract the soul of others, so why think so much? Fellow Taoists, see this thing. Is there a reserve price? A female cultivator said with overflowing love, If it is not too high, I will take it. Look at how pitiful it is. I'm afraid it won't live for long. This fellow Taoist kindness is naturally good. Si Sinew clapped and said, Unfortunately, you forgot that it is a beast cultivator. A beast cultivator who killed countless cultivators of my sect. According to that fellow Taoist, if it were not for the fight between fellow disciples, he would not have been able to injure it to this extent. Because of this, in order to sympathize with those fellow disciples who died early, that fellow Taoist took out this thing to bid. Otherwise, he would have killed it long ago. Well, it is related to the battle and the cultivators who risked their lives. The price of this spirit beast is definitely not low. Xiao Hua secretly curled his lips and thought about whether he should participate in the bidding. There must be a price. The female cultivator said, Fellow Taoists, see, don't keep us in suspense. Quickly say it. This thing is the body of a beast cultivator for the first time. In order to encourage fellow Taoists to kill beast cultivators in the future, my Sky Patrol City cannot set the price too low. Si Sinew said seriously, This beast cultivator, the reserve price is 100,000 top-grade spirit stones. As long as it is spirit stones or spiritual herbs of equivalent value, it is acceptable. Damn, no way. So high. Xiao Hua immediately retreated. Damn it, who knows what this spirit beast is for? There is no reason for me to spend so many spirit stones. Just for a trace of karma enlightenment? It is really not worth it. The miser Xiao Hua's little abacus was once again making pitter-patter sounds non-stop. Fellow Taoists, see, are you mistaken? Another female cultivator also felt indignant and said coldly, For the rejuvenation pill just now, let's not talk about it. Fellow Taoists, see, did not even mention the reserve price and raised the number of spirit stones so high. This little thing is so pitiful. Even if it is a beast cultivator, its lifespan is nearing its end. Your Sky Patrol City just let it go. It is also a merit. There is no reason for such a high reserve price. Who will bid? The experts see the artistry, the laymen see the excitement. Si Sinew also retorted without holding back. Fellow Taoists, see, since you don't understand, Don't say so much. I am afraid that all the fellow Taoists here who know the secret technique know that the price I quoted is definitely not high. You see, in the end, the price of this thing will definitely surpass the rejuvenation pill. Chapter 2286. Impossible! The female cultivator said angrily. Unfortunately, before she could finish speaking, an indifferent voice rang out. This old man bids 110,000. There's really a sucker. The female cultivator looked up at a cultivator who was dressed in a mesmerizing robe and only said the first half of the sentence. She did not dare to say the second half. Look, I know that someone must be able to see the extraordinariness of this item. The soul of this beast cultivator is really precious. Sinew clapped his hands and urged the round platform to fly to the opposite side. Since someone is bidding, I won't be polite. 120,000. A cultivator on the other side also spoke. Everyone looked over and saw that one of them was dressed in a mesmerizing robe. I bid 130,000. Immediately after, an old man in the late stage of foundation establishment followed suit. 140,000. Not long after, the number increased to 250,000. Compared to the rejuvenation pill, the bidding of the beast cultivator was a little dull and did not rise one after another. However, it was extremely stable and increased by 10,000 without any hesitation. No pressure if I don't participate. Xiaohua watched the lively scene from the side and was secretly happy. I don't have so many spirit stones in my storage bag. Let's just watch. Who cares about karma? It's a little strange. Ziyi frowned and whispered as if he thought of something. Fu Lu's throat continued to be swollen and painful. 300,000. 310,000. Only 2 mesmerizing cultivators were left to bid. Everyone held their breath and waited to see who would be the sucker in the end. However, after another 2 rounds, the mesmerizing cultivator opposite Xiaohua bid 340,000 and took the mesmerizing cultivator, revealing a cultivator in the middle stage of golden core. Marshal Uncle Li? Immediately, a few cultivators in the late stage of foundation establishment near that cultivator were terrified and saluted him. Well, wait a moment. The golden core cultivator waved his hand and said, "This is the auction of the Sky Patrol City. Don't be so polite." Immediately, the gold core cultivator raised his head and said to the confused cultivator who had been bidding with him, "Fellow cultivator, I am Li Qingshu from the Immortal Music Sect. I am also the leader of the Immortal Music Sect in the Sky Patrol City's conference hall. This beast cultivator's soul is comparable to an 8th rank spirit beast. It is precisely what my Immortal Music Sect's Taoist Master Blue Feather wants. He had been searching for a long time, but he never thought that I would meet him here. Therefore, fellow Taoist, please be lenient and give this item to I. I will remember this favor. If you have any errands in the future, please come to me with this item. I will definitely not refuse." With that, Li Qingshu waved his hand and a crimson token flew toward the Mi-Ho cultivator. It floated in front of the cultivator. Forget it. The cultivator pondered for a moment and sighed. Since Senior Blue Feather wants it, I don't dare to fight for it. Let's do as fellow Taoist Li says. With that said, the cultivator reached out and took Li Qingshu's token. When Li Qingshu saw this, he let out a long sigh and cupped his hands. "Thank you, fellow Taoist." Then, he cupped his hands and said to the crowd, especially to Sinew, "I have been a little rude, but in order to express my apology, I will increase the spirit stones to 400,000, more than the rejuvenation pill just now. I hope Sky Patrol City can fulfill my request." Senior Li didn't do anything wrong. What can Sky Patrol City blame him for? Sinew waved his hand and said, "Since it's a senior from Sky Patrol City's conference hall, this beast cultivator's body naturally belongs to Senior Li." Xiaohua had seen Li Qingshu in the cave residence in Blazing Fire Mountain in Haoming City. He also saw Taoist Master Blue Feather looking for the 8th rank spirit beast's soul at the Nascent Soul Conference in Xian Kong Pavilion. He knew that this thing was something that Li Qingshu must have. He rejoiced in his heart. Fortunately, I didn't care about any karma, otherwise, at this moment, the spirit beast that had been floating in the air all this time moved, and a clear cry resounded in everyone's ears. Everyone was startled, and even Xiao Hua's heart shook. Obviously, the spirit beast was very dissatisfied when it saw that it was being auctioned. As the spirit beast moved, there were traces of blood in the depths of its throat. The blood was actually blue. Ouch! Ziyi, who had been frowning and thinking, suddenly whispered at this moment, I was wondering why this spirit beast was so strange. This spirit beast seems to be a kind of demon. Cough, cough, cough. Fu Lu coughed hard. However, the two words, demon, struck Xiao Hua like a thunder tribulation. Demon. Demon realm. Damn it, I knew it. How could there be any karma for no reason? This spirit beast is the Empress. No, it's definitely not the Empress. It should be Dai. It's that Dai. Ugh. Xiao Hua almost jumped up, and almost pulled out his hair and even his hair. Fortunately, it didn't delay things. If I gave Dai to others because I was unwilling to part with the spirit stones, and let others extract her soul, how can I face the Empress? Even if the Empress has an accident, I won't have the face to face the world. 500,000. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to raise his hand and shouted like a thunderclap. What? Everyone was shocked. The entire auction was silent. Even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Li Qingshu, who had already flown to the edge of the round table with the help of the rainbow bridge released by Si Sinew, also had a big change in expression. He had already announced the name of Xian Lu sect, removed his own hair, and increased the price of the spirit stones to 400,000. If someone increased the price, then it was slapping his face. It was not putting Xian Lu sect in his eyes, and slapping Xian Lu sect's face. Even Si Sinew was shocked. This fellow, are you sure you want to bid? Si Sinew did not ask the price of the spirit stones, but asked Xiao Hua if he wanted to bid. What? The auction of Sky Patrol City does not allow I to bid? Xiao Hua said calmly after being anxious, or Sky Patrol City belongs to Xian Lu sect. This beast cultivator is already from Xian Lu sect? This? Of course not. Si Sinew was also a little embarrassed and said, since fellow Taoist is willing to increase the price, my Sky Patrol City will also welcome you. We will definitely not stop fellow Taoist from increasing the price for some reason. In fact, Si Sinew hated Xiao Hua to death. But he could not stop Xiao Hua from bidding in front of so many cultivators. After all, if Li Qingshu could come, the other seniors in the main meeting hall could also come. Even those who bid with Li Qingshu just now, or those who bid with Li Qingshu now, could be those seniors. Okay, since you can increase the price. Then I will increase the price. Hearing Si Sinew's words, Xiao Hua's heart was completely relieved. This fellow Taoist. Li Qingshu was on the Rainbow Bridge, so he could neither advance nor retreat. He was very embarrassed, but still said, I have just said that this is something that my Xian Lu sect's Taoist Master Lan Yu wants. Please forgive me, fellow Taoist. If fellow Taoist lets go, I will also give you a token. Hee, why would this old man want that token? Xiao Hua sneered. This old man also wants to use this thing to refine a spiritual weapon. Ah? Li Qingshu was slightly surprised. To be able to refine a spiritual weapon, one must at least be a nascent soul cultivator. This was not something that he could provoke. But immediately he realized that if Xiao Hua was a nascent soul cultivator, he would have already made a move. Why would he wait until now? Even if he took the Mimi like himself, who would dare to compete? Moreover, he had never heard of a nascent soul cultivator in Sky Patrol City other than Shui Yu's Taoist. Thinking of this, Li Qingshu sneered. If fellow Taoist wants to refine a spiritual weapon, I'm afraid that's a fool's dream. I'm afraid fellow Taoist will have to cultivate for another 1,000 years. I can't refine a spiritual weapon, fellow Taoist doesn't have to worry about it. Xiao Hua laughed. Perhaps I will also bring it to the seniors in my sect. This item was bid by this old man first. This old man wants to see which sect in the Cultivation 3 Kingdoms will not give my Xian Lu sect face. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed. This old man gives your Xian Lu sect face, but what about Sky Patrol City? What about the rules of this auction? Will Sky Patrol City still hold auctions in the future? Seeing that Xiao Hua avoided the topic and focused on the trivial, Li Qingshu was also helpless. Senior Li, please come up. Si Xinyu was very tactful and activated his spiritual power. The rainbow bridge twitched and Li Qingshu's figure gradually rose to the high platform. We still have to abide by the rules of Sky Patrol City's auction. However, this high platform is nothing. Senior Li, it's good to come up and take a rest. Well, thank you, young friend Si. Li Qingshu nodded and said, since this fellow Taoist wants to continue bidding, this old man will continue to bid with him. This old man bids 510,000. 600,000. Xiao Hua did not hesitate. 610,000. Li Qingshu was not in a hurry, as if he knew that Xiao Hua would not continue to bid. At this time, Xiao Hua and Li Qingshu's situation was exactly the same as when he bid for the MO slip with the Me cultivator. He really understood the mood when he bid for the MO slip with him previously. He wanted to bid for the body that was suspected to be Dai, or at all costs. However, the other party also had the intention to win. Obviously, Li Qingshu had revealed that he was backed by the Xian Lu sect, while Xiao Hua could only fight alone. 700,000, 710,000, 1,000,000. Xiao Hua shouted unceremoniously. However, it was his straightforwardness that made Li Qingshu sneer. Li Qingshu glanced at Xiao Hua, then looked at Si Xinyu and said, young friend Si, although the auction in Sky Patrol City does not have a number plate and there is no registration, if someone bids but does not have spiritual stones, what should we do? Of course there are rules. Si Xinyu knew what Li Qingshu meant and said loudly, those who raise the price without due consideration will not only have all their spirit stones and other items confiscated, depending on the severity of the case, their limbs will be broken and their cultivation will be crippled if the case is light. Chapter 2287. Well, this rule is fair. Li Qingshu clapped his hands and took out a storage bag. He said, this is the storage bag that I brought with me today. Although there aren't many spirit stones in it, there are some spiritual herbs, elixirs, and some magic weapons. The total value of all of them is about 700,000 spirit stones. Of course, the remaining spirit stones, after I bid for this beast cultivator, I will immediately give them to you. Very good. Si Xinyu took it, scanned it with his divine thought, and returned it to Li Qingshu with a smile. It's as what Senior Li said. All right, since little friend Si has already seen this old man's storage pouch, then this old man would like to let Chancellor Si look at this fellow Taoist who bid against this old man. This old man is extremely doubtful if he has that many spirit stones. Li Qingshu coldly looked at Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was a little flustered and said anxiously, there is such a rule in the auction? Well, I will let this fellow know. Si Xinyu nodded and said, now the two fellow cultivators have bid for more than 1,000,000 spirit stones, which is really rare in the auction of my Sky Patrol City. I can only see if you have enough spirit stones to participate in the auction. Xiao Hua sneered. He knew that even if there was no such rule in the auction with the name of Xian Lu sect, the Sky Patrol City would definitely have this rule out of thin air. At this moment, Xiao Hua's hands sank. When he looked down, he saw a huge storage bag was stuffed in his hand by Ziyi, and he heard Fu Lu coughing in his ear. Xiao Hua's heart was warm. He did not expect that Ziyi, a cultivator whom he had just met for half a day, would take out his storage bag and let him bid. This was something that he did not take out when he bid for the rejuvenation pill. Xiao Hua laughed and did not return the storage bag to Ziyi. He stuffed it into his arms and said loudly, since I dare to bid, of course I have spirit stones. However, I just want to know, now that the price has reached 1,000,000 spirit stones, fellow cultivator Li only has 700,000 spirit stones. Where did you get the 300,000 spirit stones from? Fellow cultivator Li will not leave the auction and go back to Xian Lu sect to find spirit stones, right? Fellow Taoist, You worry too much. Si Xinyu said with a smile. Once you leave the restriction of this auction, you will immediately lose the right to bid. All the spirit stones must be handed over on the spot. All right. Xiao Huan nodded and pondered for a moment. Then he reached into his bosom and took out a storage pouch. With a toss, he flew up to the stage. Fellow Taoist, would you like to take a break on the platform as well? Si Xinyu took the storage bag and asked with a smile. No need, this old man disdains to associate with poor people who are just here to make up the numbers. Xiao Hua confidently raised his head. Unfortunately, this confidence was blocked by the fog, so no one saw it. Pauper? Li Qingshu almost fainted from anger, but he still looked at Si Xinyu. Fellow Taoist Si. Xiao Hua smiled and said, this storage pouch can only be inspected by fellow Taoist, and it can only be used for this auction. Don't let others see it. Of course I know. Smiling, Si Xinyu opened the bag of holding and scanned it with divine will. Instantly, he gaped in shock, but only for a moment. A strange expression appeared on his face as he looked over at Xiao Hua. What? Fellow Taoist Si, are the spirit stones inside not enough? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Of course. Si Xinyu hurriedly nodded. More than enough. The fellow Taoist Li, what about the remaining 300,000 spirit stones? This old man is very curious. Where did he get them? Xiao Hua said coldly. Fellow Taoist Li, could it be that you want to keep your spirit stones here? Oomph. Seeing Si Xinyu's expression, Li Qingshu's heart chilled, but he didn't seem to be worried. He took a step forward and waved his hand, saying, Disciples of Immortal Music Sect, this is the time to test you all. Someone blocked so many cultivators from various sects and provoked our Immortal Music Sect. We absolutely cannot lose this face. Take out all the spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other items you all have on you. This old man doesn't believe that all the spirit stones of our Immortal Music Sect disciples can't compare to him. Yes. Throughout the entire auction, many disciples stood out, and some were even dressed in camouflage clothing. These disciples gathered their spirit stones, medicinal pills, and other items into the hands of a late-stage foundation establishment disciple, and let this disciple pass it to Li Qingshu on the high platform. Li Qingshu laughed complacently and raised his hand. Little friend Si, how about this? There's no need to bid. My Immortal Music Sect's spirit stones are all here. Take a look. If any fellow Taoist can also take out this many spirit stones, then this beast cultivator's body will be this fellow Taoist's. That's right. If Xiao Hua alone took out the same amount of spirit stones as all the Immortal Music Sect cultivators present, would Li Qingshu still have the face to bid with him? Everyone looked at Xiao Hua, and they quietly waited for Xiao Hua to remove the camouflage clothing. Then, with a single call, many disciples came forward and took out spirit stones, spirit herbs, and other items. The two large sects began to fight. Naturally, Li Qingshu also had the same plan. He actually wanted to see which cultivator sect wanted to go against his Immortal Music Sect. Ziyi, who was behind Xiao Hua, also had a frown on his face. He couldn't figure out why Xiao Hua, this Imperial Thunder Sect's foundation establishment disciple, would lose his mind like this and suddenly want to fight over an inexplicable spirit beast with a golden core cultivator from Immortal Music Sect. The storage pouch he gave to Xiao Hua was all he had. Although it didn't have 1,000,000 spirit stones inside, if Xiao Hua really wanted to bid, adding what he gave, it should be close to 1,000,000 spirit stones. However, even if he added his storage pouch, the two of them still couldn't compare to the storage pouches of so many Immortal Music Sect disciples. Xiao Hua, by doing this, not only would he not be able to bid for that spirit beast, he would also offend Li Qingshu, a middle-stage golden core cultivator. Should we? Ziyi was somewhat hesitant. Fu Lu, who was beside him, coughed softly again, but he didn't even call out the two words, young master. Looking again at the cultivators present, Ziyi was just about to clench his teeth when he heard Xiao Hua laugh loudly. Immortal Music Sect has disciples. Does this old man not have disciples? This old man has plenty of spirit stones here. As he spoke, Xiaohua reached out with his hand and took out another storage pouch. Throwing it onto the high platform, he called out, "Little friend C, take a look. Inside this pouch, is it worth the spirit stones of Immortal Music Sect?" C Sinew took the storage pouch and swept it with his divine sense. The astonishment on his face was even greater. "These are my Immortal Music Sect's spirit stones." Seeing C Sinew's expression, Li Qingshu's heart thumped and sank. Somewhat apprehensively, he handed the storage pouch to C Sinew. C Sinew didn't take Li Qingshu's storage pouch. Instead, he turned around and put the spirit beast into his storage pouch. Holding it in his hand, he said to Xiaohua, "This senior, please come up the stage. If Senior Li's storage pouch doesn't have enough spirit stones, this beast cultivator is Senior's. And if Senior can't take out more spirit stones, this beast cultivator is Senior Li's." "Good." Xiaohua nodded. C Sinew waved his hand, and a milky white rainbow bridge stretched out from the edge of the high platform and fell right under his feet. "This old man still has a suggestion." Xiaohua stepped onto the rainbow bridge. At the same time, his figure flew towards the high platform, and at a neither fast nor slow pace, he said, "This old man is determined to obtain this item. On the other hand, fellow Taoist Li is also the same. Therefore, this old man and fellow Taoist Li must have a conflict. Previously, if fellow Taoist Li didn't reveal his true face, then it would be easy to deal with. Especially now, fellow Taoist Li actually wants all the Immortal Music Sect disciples to take out their spirit stones. This old man can of course do the same, but that will certainly hurt the relationship between my sect and Immortal Music Sect. Now is the time for a great battle, so it's obviously not appropriate. We should unite our strength to deal with the sword cultivator and the beast cultivator." As he spoke, Xiaohua had already landed on the high platform. Hearing Xiaohua put a big hat on him, Li Qingshu sneered. Xiaohua's words made him seem guilty instead. Although these words sounded dignified on the surface, in essence, it was a retreat and compromise. Li Qingshu's previous nervousness eased a bit. "Senior, you're right." C Sinew nodded and said, "The original intention of my Sky Patrol City to set up the auction is to solve the urgent needs of fellow Taoists. Fellow Taoists can find suitable treasures. If there is a rift between fellow Taoists because of this, it is really not what my Sky Patrol City wants to see." "Alright." Li Qingshu nodded and said, "This old man understands. If this fellow Taoist withdraws now, this old man will still be grateful. What fellow Taoist did just now, this old man will treat it as a little joke. Hee hee, this old man has already said that this item is something this old man must obtain. At this time, how can this old man give up?" Xiaohua ignored Li Qingshu and looked at C Sinew instead. "This old man means that after this old man wins the bid, I request to leave this auction first. Moreover, this old man doesn't want Sky Patrol City to do anything inappropriate. Otherwise, this is easy, Senior, please rest assured. Whether it is Senior Li or you who wins the bid, you will be sent out first. Moreover, my Sky Patrol City will definitely not have any places to follow or spy on you. If my Sky Patrol City can't guarantee this, how can my Sky Patrol City establish itself in the 7 major cities of the country of Xi?" C Sinew answered with certainty. "Very well." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Let's do it this way. Let this old man see how many spirit stones fellow Taoist Li can take out and how much more I have to pay. Seniors, please wait a moment." Only then did C Sinew catch Li Qingshu's storage bag. He scanned it with his divine sense, but there wasn't the slightest ripple on his face. He raised his head and looked at Li Qingshu. "Senior Li, is this all you have?" "Yes." When Li Qingshu heard C Sinew's words, he immediately felt that something was wrong and added, "However, this old man still has a magic weapon. Sorry, Senior Li, this beast cultivator is only for spirit stones and spiritual herbs. I don't want any magic weapons or magic weapons." C Sinew said expressionlessly, "Since Senior Li doesn't have any more spirit stones, this junior will have to ask this senior." Chapter 2288. Good. Li Qingshu suddenly felt a sense of powerlessness in his heart. A bad premonition. Senior, based on Junior's rough inspection, the things in your storage bag are slightly lower in value. Si Sinyu looked at Xiaohua and said respectfully, if you don't have other spirit stones to take out, this beast cultivator's body is Senior Li's. Of course, if you feel that Junior's estimate is not accurate, Junior can ask a professional consecrator to come and let them make a detailed estimate. Li Qingshu raised the corner of his eye, feeling that this happiness came too suddenly. Who knew? Before a smile appeared on Li Qingshu's face, Xiaohua smiled and said, this old man recognizes little friend C's estimate. I wonder if fellow Li over there agrees? Of course, this old man recognizes Sky Patrol City very much. I also recognize Governor C. How can I not recognize it? Hearing Xiaohua's question, Li Qingshu said with a smile on his face. Ai okay. Xiaohua nodded. This old man admits Xian Lusec's disciples are really rich. How much less is this old man compared to them? Not much, about 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Si Sinyu smiled and said, if we ask the consecrators to check carefully, it should not be this number. Li Qingshu smiled. At this point, not to mention 30,000 top-grade spirit stones, he couldn't even take out 5,000. Not to mention Xiaohua's strength alone against all the Xian Lusec's disciples. Sure enough, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and said, return this old man's storage bag to this old man. Facing Xiaohua who could take out so many spirit stones, Si Sinyu did not dare to be slow and respectfully handed the storage bag to Xiaohua. Hee, Li Qingshu smiled and stretched out his hand. He could almost see Taoist Master Bluefeather's happy face when she saw this beast cultivator. It was really not easy to win the favor of a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, before he could straighten his hand, Xiaohua brushed the storage bag at his waist, and his hand fell on another storage bag. Then, without hesitation, he handed it over and smiled, little friend C, take a look, are these spirit stones enough? What? Li Qingshu's hand stiffened, and the smile on his face also froze. A voice roared in his heart, motherfucker, who is this guy? How could he take out so many spirit stones at any time? These are all the spirit stones of my Xian Lusec's disciples. Si Sinyu wasn't surprised, but he didn't understand why Xiaohua didn't take out a separate storage pouch, but instead put the items into another storage pouch. Taking the storage bag, Si Sinyu solemnly immersed his divine sense into it. After looking at it for a while, he raised his head and said, Junior has carefully looked through it. Senior has definitely taken out more than 30,000 top-grade spirit stones. Alright. Xiaohua waved his hand and didn't say anything. Senior Li, what do you think? Si Sinyu raised his head and asked, do you need me to get a consecrator to examine it carefully? No need. Although Li Qingshu really wanted to see what exactly was inside Xiaohua's storage pouch and what exactly was more than his, he was still a golden core cultivator, the one with the highest cultivation among everyone present. Earlier, when he had a lot of spirit stones, he didn't ask anyone to inspect it. Now that he had less spirit stones, he naturally didn't have a reason to ask anyone to inspect it. That's good. Since Senior Li doesn't have any objections, this beast cultivator's body is this senior's. Si Sinyu made the final decision and handed the storage pouch that he previously received the duck to Xiaohua. Boom! A clamorous sound rang out, and the entire auction was in an uproar. Everyone, including the Xian Lusec's disciples, they all clamored. Everyone was watching the excitement, but no one expected that the final result would actually be Xiaohua's highest bid. This was simply a miracle. And at this time, everyone only had one thought. This senior dressed in camouflage, how many spirit stones did he take out in the end? As for which sect Xiaohua was a cultivator from, no one paid any attention to it. Just as everyone was discussing spiritedly, Xiaohua took the storage pouch and immersed his divine sense into it. After confirming that the duckling was inside the storage pouch, he tied the storage pouch to his waist and cupped his hands, saying, many thanks, little friend C. You're welcome. Si Sinyu clapped his hands again and took out a pure white token. He respectfully handed it to Xiaohua and said, This item is a token of my Sky Patrol City, specially prepared for cultivators like Senior who bid extremely high prices. With this item, Senior can enjoy a lot of convenience in bidding. The specific matters are explained in the token. Senior can take a look and you will know. Very good. Xiao Hua unceremoniously took it and smiled. Little friend C, please send this old man out. Si Xinyu glanced at Li Qingshu and didn't rush to return the storage pouch to him. Instead, he formed a seal and hit the high platform. A burst of milky white brilliance gushed out from the ground of the high platform, like a fountain, covering Xiao Hua's body. When the brilliance fell, Xiao Hua had already disappeared. Thank you, Senior Li, for coming to my Sky Patrol City's auction. At this time, Si Xinyu respectfully handed the storage pouch to Li Qingshu and smiled apologetically. I hope Senior can understand my Sky Patrol City's difficulties. I hope Senior can get what he wants next time. It's okay. Li Qingshu felt bitter and reached out to take the storage pouch. Then, he said unwillingly, actually, there are some rare items that you can ask the people in the meeting hall to see if my disciple needs them. Then, you can bring them here to bid. I will not take out any spirit stones that the Sky Patrol City is not satisfied with. This way, there won't be an awkward situation today. Yes, Junior understands. I will definitely report to the City Lord later and ask for his decision. Si Xinyu respectfully agreed. Junior will send Senior down. But, seeing the appearance of a rainbow bridge, Li Qingshu tactfully stepped on the rainbow bridge and his figure descended from the high platform. Fellow cultivators, this auction has come to a successful end. After more than a month, there will be a rejuvenation pill or a beast cultivator's body in the auction. I will bring my Sky Patrol City to invite all of you to come to my auction again. With the wave of Si Xinyu's sleeves, several milky white halos emerged from the edge of the high platform and rushed to the light shield of the auction. In a moment, the light shield disappeared. Everyone's faces were still filled with excitement. Those who were familiar with each other talked with each other and the auction poured out from all directions. Li Qingshu's face was gloomy, like a rock standing in the water. He did not move at all. His eyes were looking at the place where Xiao Hua stood just now. The faces of the dozens of Xian Lu sect disciples around him were also extremely ugly. All the cultivators who walked past them had a face of ridicule, curiosity, or disdain, but their footsteps were all the same. Let's go. After a moment, Li Qingshu waved his hand and seemed to have made some decision. He turned around and walked away with the crowd. In the air inside the light shield, the high platform floated in the air, but Si Xinyu on the high platform did not immediately leave. Instead, he looked at Li Qingshu. Looking at Li Qingshu's back drowned in the crowd, he sighed and looked at the two storage pouches in his hand. His face showed astonishment, and he muttered, "Which senior is this? He actually has so many spiritual grasses. Doesn't he know that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has changed? Spiritual grasses that are over 10,000 years old have already become treasures? Using one means one less. It's simply more precious than spirit stones. TSK, it's all thanks to Xian Lu sect. If it weren't for them, how could this senior take out so many spiritual grasses? This he never even dreamed of it. It's also strange. It's just a beast cultivator's body. The consecrators only felt that it was strange, so they took it out to bid and opened everyone's eyes. That soul can admittedly be extracted, but how could refining a spirit tool be so simple? I didn't think that Xian Lu sect's Taoist master Lan Yu had this intention. Moreover, this senior seems to be in urgent need. He actually has so many spiritual grasses. This matter still needs to be reported to the city lord. If Xian Lu sect and this senior have any disputes, maybe it's the C's fault. It's a pity that this beast cultivator's body only appeared for a fleeting moment. I don't know when I'll be able to see it again. This spirit stone is not easy to earn. However, the rejuvenation pill was easy to deal with. The mysterious cultivator had made it clear that after these 5 rejuvenation pills were auctioned off, another 5 pills would be sent over. As long as I bid well in the Sky Patrol City, there would be more every month. The effect of this rejuvenation pill is 100 times better than the ageless pill. Coupled with the shortage of the ageless pill in Tongmu City, it's a good opportunity for my Sky Patrol City to make a name for myself and suppress Tongmu City. In the future, when anyone mentions the rejuvenation pill, I'm afraid that they will think of my Sky Patrol City. Sinew thought silently. When the cultivators in the auction had all retreated, he activated the array again. The light shield once again appeared and covered the surroundings. Then, his figure disappeared from the high platform. After leaving the auction at midnight, he couldn't help but hear Fu Lu's nagging along the way. "Young master, this old servant didn't remind you. That Xiaohua is a swindler. You actually gave him everything in your storage pouch. Even that thing. That so-called beast cultivator is obviously a spirit beast. No matter how precious its soul is, how can it be compared to that thing? The cultivators in Sky Patrol City are blind. How can they value that thing with spirit stones? Now, we don't even have spirit stones. How can we use the teleportation array in Sky Patrol City? Don't we have to fly back?" "Fu Lu, you've said it 100 times. If you don't feel thirsty, I'll feel that my ears are ringing." Ziyi waved his hand indifferently and said, "Although that thing is precious, if it wasn't for the spirit stones, how could Xiaohua successfully take down that spirit beast? Since he likes that spirit beast, he naturally has his reasons for liking it. I only know that he has a strong character and is untainted by worldly affairs. Why would I be reluctant to part with it?" "Young master, I'm afraid it's like what my old friend said. You read too much." Fu Lu smiled bitterly. Chapter 2289. In the end, Fu Lu didn't dare to say the word stupid. He sighed and said, "Didn't you see that as soon as Xiaohua got the spirit beast, he immediately ran away? He didn't even leave a message talisman for young master. He clearly had the idea of taking advantage of young master." Fu Lu, you're wrong," Ziyi said confidently. "If I'm not wrong, fellow Taoist Xiao must be waiting for me outside EG. He's definitely not the kind of person who leaves without saying goodbye." "This old servant doesn't agree." Fu Lu shook his head. "No matter how you look at him, he doesn't look like the kind of cultivator who can take out hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. Young master, he's only in the early stage of foundation establishment. It's impossible for him to have so many spirit stones." "I'm still refining qi." Ziyi rolled his eyes. "How can I have so many spirit stones? How can he compare with young master? Young masters? AI, forget it, let's not talk about it. Won't we know when we get outside EG?" Ziyi sighed and waved his hand. "What a pity about the rejuvenation pill. If I could get it?" Young master wants the rejuvenation pill. It's better to listen to Xiaohua and directly bid for the ageless pill." Fu Lu seemed to know what Ziyi was thinking and laughed. "It's really not worth it for us to exchange that thing for the rejuvenation pill." At this point, Fu Lu's face became sad again. "In fact, it's also not worth it to exchange for the spirit beast. Young master, this old servant didn't remind you. That Xiaohua is a swindler. You actually gave everything in your storage pouch to him, even that thing." Midnight couldn't help but cry as well. In fact, Ziyi also understood that Fu Lu's words weren't without reason. That thing was really precious and was used by Ziyi to save his life this time. But he himself also didn't understand. At that time, when he saw Xiaohua suddenly bid and was suppressed by Li Qingxiu, he also became anxious in his heart. His blood surged and he thought of the words, "For a friend, even if it costs you a knife." He immediately stuffed his storage pouch into Xiaohua's hands. Xiaohua didn't even look at it and stuffed it into his arms, then continued to bid. In the end, when Xiaohua won the bid for the spirit beast and floated away, he didn't even look at him. Not to mention Fu Lu's reminder, he himself was also somewhat regretful at this time. Although he defended Xiaohua, he was really afraid that Xiaohua would not even say goodbye and directly leave. However, things didn't go as Ziyi had imagined. His heart sank when he saw the items he had gathered and the dozen or so burly followers he had brought with him. It was extremely deep. "Young master, look, It wasn't this old servant who reminded you. That Xiaohua is a swindler. You actually gave him everything in your storage pouch, even that thing. Shut up. Z could not hold it in any longer. He waved his hand and said, "Let's go. We'll leave Sky Patrol City now." Fu Lu hurriedly shut his mouth and looked at those people. With a wave of his hand, the dozen or so people didn't dare to make a sound as they followed closely behind the gloomy midnight. After walking for a while, Z finally couldn't help but turn around and ask, "When you were waiting outside EG, did anyone leave a message for me?" The dozen or so followers looked at each other in bewilderment. "Sai, forget it." Z waved his hand and didn't speak anymore. At this time, one of the followers was clever and said carefully, "EG has always been very quiet. Few people came out. Just before everyone came out, a cultivator who was enchanted quickly came out and stood in front of us for a moment. However, he didn't say anything. He just waved his hand and walked in the direction we came from." "Yes, there was such a person," another follower said anxiously. "That person was very strange. When he waved his sleeve, he stomped his feet as if there was snow on his feet." Ha! These words were like the spring sunshine, illuminating Ziye's gloomy mood. Ziye laughed loudly and turned around. "How could I forget? Why didn't I believe in fellow Xiao? Let's go, quickly follow me. I'll let you see, Fu Lu, the friends I made are definitely not the kind of people who leave after taking advantage of others." Fu Lu seemed to understand at this time, and a rare smile appeared on his face. Needless to say, Xiaohua was in the tea house at this time. Of course, Xiaohua didn't look for any room upstairs. Instead, he casually found a place on the first floor that was close to the door. There was a pot of spirit tea placed on the table in front of him. He narrowed his eyes and drank mouthful by mouthful, but his mind entered the space behind his head. When Xiaohua came out of EG, he released his Buddhist awareness. After confirming that no one was following him, he took out his spirit storage bag and sent the duck into his space without saying a word. Although he wasn't sure whether this duck was Dai or not, he absolutely couldn't take the risk. He absolutely couldn't let Dai's duck die in front of his eyes. Even if he had to expose the secret of his space, he wouldn't hesitate. Little Yellow was still sleeping in the space. The past few years seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. Of course, Xiaohua also keenly sensed that Little Yellow had changed a little, even if these changes were really small. When Little Silver saw a spirit beast come in, the first thing it did was burrow into the spirit grass. It wasn't until it saw the duck, which was who knew how many times bigger than it, lying there quietly and motionlessly that it stuck half an eye out of the spirit grass. It looked at it curiously, but still didn't dare to fly out of the spirit grass. The spirit beast seemed to be seriously injured. Blue blood flowed out of its neck, but its eyes were closed the whole time. It didn't open the slightest bit. Of course, Xiaohua could also sense that when the spirit beast entered the space, its life force stopped flowing. Even if this isn't Dai's body, it's still a spirit beast, an 8th grade spirit beast. It's rare to see one in the Dawn Rain continent. Those spirit grass weren't wasted. Xiaohua couldn't see any clues, so he could only comfort himself like this. It really won't do. I'll give it to Jianghu, or give it to Li. Yes, give it to Li. With such a spirit beast in my myriad Thunder Valley, we can suppress the Taiqing sect. Thinking this, Xiaohua was about to withdraw his mind. At that moment, the duck's closed eye moved, and its long eyelashes trembled slightly. Oh! Xiaohua stopped again. He saw the duck open one of its eyes. In that large eye, there were slightly golden threads in its pupil. Good as expected. Xiaohua was delighted. This duck's eyes were too similar to Dai's, especially when there was no resentment. The duck opened its eyes, and its pale yellow neck turned slightly, as if it was sizing up the space. It saw the spirit grass, the ripples of the lake, and the crackling sound of thunder in the distance. Until it saw the silhouette of a sleeping Goldie in the distance. The duck was startled. It raised its head fiercely, and opened its other eye with great difficulty. At that moment, Goldie stretched lazily, and its small body grew. It rolled a few times on the ground, and its small face rushed towards the duck. Then, it curled up and used its large tail to cover its body. Its eyes didn't even open as it fell asleep again. Quack, quack, quack. The duck cried out a few times, but it didn't wake Goldie up. The duck's two slender legs exerted strength, trying to move towards Goldie. However, after a few slight movements, blood flowed out from its neck again, and the duck collapsed powerlessly on the ground. Two sparkling and translucent teardrops flowed out from her eyes. A strange thing happened. The duck's body suddenly moved, and it landed beside Goldie. Its body was a few feet tall, and it was much bigger than Goldie. However, the duck was so pitiful. It lowered its head, which was about the same size as Goldie's, and stopped not far from Goldie. Only then did it close its eyes. It was as if this was the only place where it was safe. Only here would it not be killed by others. And it should be Dai without a doubt. Although Xiaohua couldn't be sure whether this duck was Dai or not, he had a premonition in his heart. After all, Goldie didn't come out often, and those who saw Goldie were the ghosts of his subordinates. Especially the spirit beasts, who had never seen Goldie before. If this duck wasn't Dai, who could it be? Dai was seriously injured and almost died. What about Her Majesty? Her cultivation is comparable to the spirit severing stage. What happened to her? Could it be the Empress has fallen? Xiaohua thought of the Empress, and he couldn't help but feel anxious. It's a pity that this young master's cultivation is too weak. Even if I know the whereabouts of the Empress, I can't help her. I can only pray to the heavens to give the kind-hearted Empress good luck, and this young master can improve his cultivation as soon as possible. AI, the spirit-severing stage. Xiaohua became dejected. This is not the difference between the qi refining stage and the golden core stage. From the foundation stage to the spirit-severing stage, how long? I'm afraid the Empress has fallen long ago. And even if the Empress has fallen, this young master will find the murderer and avenge her. Xiaohua became heroic again. A real man can support the heavens and the earth. Since I have received the grace of others, I must repay the grace with a drop of water and do my best to fulfill their wishes. Moreover, the dark flower that the Empress spoke of seems to be related to me, Shanghua Ming. While Xiaohua was thinking, a dozen people appeared at the entrance of the tea house. It was Ziyi and the others. Ziyi entered the tea house, and without looking around, he went upstairs. Cuff, fellow Taoist. You don't even have half a spirit stone now. If you go upstairs, what will you use to pay the bill? A lazy voice fell into Ziye's ears. Ziye's face showed ecstasy. He walked a few steps in front of Xiaohua and sized him up. He said word by word, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, you made me regain my confidence in the people of this world. If I can't find you in this tea house, this young master will never trust anyone in this life." You don't have to be like this. Xiaohua got up and threw a spirit stone on the table. He pulled Ziye's hand and walked out of the tea house. Chapter 2290. Xiaohua said as he walked, "The deceitfulness of the people of the world will not change because of this Xiao's kindness. The kindness of the people of the world will not change because of this Xiao's deceitfulness. The people of the world are the people of the world. This Xiao is the Xiao. Fellow Taoist Ziyi losing confidence in this Xiao will not affect the people of the world in the slightest. It can only change fellow Taoist Ziyi's heart. Fellow Taoist Zai, you should comprehend as much as you can." "Yes, this little one understands." Ziyi smiled, but then he looked around and said, "This little one is now penniless. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't you want to treat this little one to a cup of spiritual tea? Previously it was your spirit stones, so I drank it. Now it's I's spirit stones. I am not that generous. Throwing spirit stones on meaningless extravagance." At this time, Xiaohua had already brought Ziyi to the outside of the tea house. Ziyi did not understand and said with a smile, "This little one did not expect fellow Taoists to have so many spirit stones. No matter how many I have, it will not be as generous as fellow Taoist Ziyi. You actually gave your own storage pouch to this poor Taoist. Xiaohua reached out and took out Ziye's storage pouch, handing it over to Ziyi. This is really beyond I's expectations. Ah? Ziyi took the storage pouch. He was surprised at first, but when he saw that there was not a single item missing from the storage pouch, his eyes almost fell out. You used your own things? Ziyi could not help but moan. What about me? Xiaohua said with a smile. He patted the storage pouch and took out a jade bottle. This is for fellow Taoist Ziyi. However, you can only look and not speak. What is this? Ziye's surprise did not fade. He put away the storage pouch and took the jade bottle. When he saw the rejuvenation pill inside, he took a deep breath again. Just as he was about to speak, he remembered Xiaohua's warning and quickly shut his mouth. Is one enough? Xiaohua asked with a smile. Ziyi thought for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, I'm afraid one is not enough, at least 4. Hehe, you sure are greedy. Xiaohua had already said this several times, but he didn't hesitate in the slightest. He clapped his hands and took out another jade bottle, handing it over. However, since fellow Taoist Ziyi wants to use it, how can I not take it out? It's true. This works? Midnight was completely speechless and he stuttered. And after taking benefits from I, you have to do something for I. Xiaohua said with a smile. Ziyi raised an eyebrow and replied, that's the reason. If fellow Taoist Xiao has any instructions, feel free to ask. Alright. Xiaohua clapped his hand and took out a storage bag. He whispered, here are the spiritual herbs that are useful to fellow Taoists I. They are for fellow Taoists I. Fellow Taoists I, please have your clan's disciples distribute the useless fine seeds to the nearby commoners. These fine seeds are very important to them. While what? Common people of the secular world? Ziyi couldn't imagine that Xiaohua would give him such a strange task. Moreover, he didn't understand it at all. Fellow Taoist, you only need to distribute these rice seeds to them. You don't have to think about anything. Xiaohua knew that this disciple of a cultivation family definitely didn't know anything about farming, so he explained further. Alright. Ziyi took the storage bag and scanned it with his divine sense. He suddenly understood. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you're using, fellow Taoist Ziyi knows? Xiaohua stopped Ziyi from speaking and raised his hand. Fellow Taoist Ziyi, it's better for you to leave Sky Patrol City quickly. Don't cause any trouble. Ziye's heart trembled. He knew Xiaohua's intention and said proudly, fellow Taoist Xiao, don't worry. It's just a golden core cultivator, I don't care. Once I leave the teleportation array, there will be people from my clan waiting for me. Oh? Xiaohua's eyes were smiling. He nodded and said, I reckon that fellow Taoist Yi has a good foundation, but I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed. This is my keepsake. If we're fated, I can. Ziyi took out a keepsake from the storage bag and handed it to Xiaohua. Cough cough. Fu Lu's throat swelled again. Ziyi laughed bitterly and said, if we're fated, you and I can still meet. Alright. Xiaohua took the keepsake. It was a crystal-clear jade pendant. The inscription on it was quite strange. Xiaohua had never seen it before. However, he didn't have time to look at it carefully at this time. He kept it in the storage bag and took out a message talisman that he refined himself. This is my message talisman. If you come to Imperial Thunder Sect, you can send it to me. I understand. Ziyi took the message talisman and was reluctant to leave. Xiaohua nodded at him, cupped his hands, turned around, and left. Ziyi kept watching Xiaohua's back disappear in the wind and snow. Then, he said in disappointment, Xiaohua is indeed a strange person. This trip to Sky Patrol City is really worth it. Fu Lu, what do you think? Young master. I'm really blind. I really don't dare to say anything. It's really rare for young master to make friends with such a strange person. However, what's the jade bottle he gave you? Fu Lu smiled apologetically. Let's go. We'll talk about it after we get out of Sky Patrol City. Ziyi waved his hand, but his eyes swept around. He smiled and said, After we pass the dangerous gate, I'll let you see it. Yes, young master. Fu Lu naturally knew something. He spread his divine sense around, but he didn't see anything. After Ziyi went in the opposite direction, he saw a wave of spiritual power fluctuating under the eaves in the distance. Li Qingshu's figure flashed out, and he was wearing a strange robe. How could it be Xiaohua? How could he have so many spirit stones? Li Qingshu's face was full of astonishment. If this old man hadn't seen through the confusion of the aristocratic family's young servant and followed behind them, how could I have known that the cultivator who made this old man lose face was actually a mere foundation establishment cultivator? Own Xiaohua is related to the 3 elders of Blazing Fire Mountain. The 3 nascent soul stage seniors even specially supported this guy. Could it be he's working for Blazing Fire Mountain? Li Qingshu had some understanding, but then he was somewhat puzzled. If Blazing Fire Mountain interferes with this beast cultivator, Huoping of Blazing Fire Mountain should also appear. She's in the conference hall like me. I'm afraid that Blazing Fire Mountain doesn't want to fall out with my Xianlu sect, so they let Xiaohua deliberately mystify things. This Xiaohua is a disciple of Imperial Thunder sect, but he works for Blazing Fire Mountain. He's really shameless. If Qianmo knew, wouldn't he lose face? No matter what, since I know it's Xiaohua and he didn't give the storage bag to the person just now, I have to find a way to get the soul as soon as possible. If I don't have a chance within 10 days, I'm afraid that the soul will scatter. I have to keep an eye on Huoping to prevent her from sending the beast cultivator's body out of Sky Patrol City. Thinking of this, Li Qingshu's face showed a ruthless expression. Xiaohua is really hateful. He actually killed me in front of countless cultivators. If it's someone else, there's naturally the 3 elders of Blazing Fire Mountain watching over him. But in Sky Patrol City, it's a sword battle. It's too easy to lose a disciple in the early stage of foundation establishment. Immediately, Li Qingshu's figure flew up and slowly flew in the direction Xiaohua went. He seemed to be looking for Xiaohua, but also seemed to be returning to the conference hall. After Li Qingshu left, on the other side of the street, which was the opposite side of the tea house, there were also ripples. Moreover, the ripples of magic power were even smaller, almost inaudible. Xiaohua's figure was also revealed. Sure enough, it's just as I expected. Xiaohua's face was the same as Li Qingshu's. There was also a smile. Li Qingshu is a gold core stage cultivator, so he can see through Midnight's confusion. Maybe he can't see clearly, but it's enough to pay attention. He really did follow Midnight to the tea house. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have been deliberately mystifying and would have directly waited for Midnight in front of the EG. Since this guy knows it's me who did it, he will definitely make some moves. I still have to be careful and be on guard. I don't want to fall into his trap. Xiaohua's figure flashed slightly and disappeared again. Fortunately, I just appeared in the tea house, otherwise this guy will definitely make trouble for Midnight. It's also strange, which aristocratic family does Midnight belong to in the 3 kingdoms? He's not even afraid of a gold core stage cultivator? I don't know even if I break my head. Xiaohua returned to the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. He didn't see any obstacles outside the gate, nor did he see Li Qingshu's figure. Xiaohua checked the token and went in. When he passed through the restriction and entered the attic, he was stunned. Apart from Cui Hongshan, who was on duty, who was also present, apart from the 2 members of the first squad, the captain of the second squad, Qian Yuan, who had previously caused trouble, and that short disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace were also present. Seeing Xiaohua come in, these 2 people immediately got up and cupped their hands in salute, saying, Qian Yuan, Qian greets junior brother Xiao. And, greetings, senior brothers. Xiaohua stopped and cupped his hands in salute, saying with a smile, You 2 sit down and talk as you please. I still have to cultivate, so I won't accompany you too. Don't be impatient, junior brother Xiao. Qian Yuan simply didn't care about Xiaohua ignoring him. He stretched out his hand and said with a smile, Sit down first. I still have something to tell fellow Daoist Xiao. With me? Xiaohua smiled and waved his hand, saying, I'm just a disciple of the first squad. What can you tell me? Everything should be discussed with our Captain Cui. Xiaohua. Cui Hongshan berated in a low voice. Senior brother Qian is the captain of the second squad after all, and also a senior brother of my heavenly Thunder Palace. How can you leave without even listening? That's very disrespectful. You're also throwing the face of my myriad Thunder Valley. Alright. Seeing Cui Hongshan mention the myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua had no choice but to nod and say, Senior brother Qian, please tell me. I won't sit down. Hurry up and tell me, I really want to cultivate. Hee, many thanks, junior brother Xiao. Qian Yuan was very happy and cupped his hands in salute. Chapter 2291. Looking at Xiaohua, Qian Yuan says with an apologetic smile, It was my fault before. I didn't ask clearly before creating a rift with junior brother Xiao. Oh, Captain Cui. Just now, I apologized to Captain Cui and Vice Captain Zhen. Now, I'm going to apologize to junior brother Xiao again. No need. Captain Cui is right. You and I are both disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Now that we're working hand in hand to resist the enemy, all the conflicts between us are nothing. Xiaohua says with a smile. Yes, junior brother Xiao is right. Qian Yuan says with a happy face, we should work hand in hand to resist the enemy. I've already asked the team leader of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and just told Captain Cui that I want to join your team. I wonder, what does junior brother Xiao think? Xiaohua stares blankly and looks at Cui Hongshan, asking curiously, if Qian Yuan and Qian join our team, who will be the captain? There's no need to make any changes. Qian Yuan doesn't wait for Cui Hongshan to speak and immediately says with a wave of his hand, Captain Cui and Vice Captain Zhen will naturally be the captains of the first team. We'll just be ordinary team members. Senior brothers, your cultivation is higher than mine, and you have experience in leading teams. I originally wanted to give in, but since you insist, I can't do anything. Cui Hongshan's eyes flash with a trace of a smile. This smile carries a trace of pride. Although Cui Hongshan knows that two disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Palace took the initiative to be his subordinates, he can't help but feel proud. Although that trace of pride is very little, Xiaohua can see it clearly. Immediately, Xiaohua can't help but compare Ziyi with Cui Hongshan. Alas, forget it. We really can't compare. Xiaohua thinks and waves his hand, saying, Captain Cui can make the decision. What does it have to do with me? In my eyes, there's only the Heavenly Thunder Palace and the Heavenly Thunder Palace. The others have nothing to do with me. Junior brother Xiao. Qian Yuan's face is very awkward. He smiles apologetically. I can't do anything. Alas, senior brother Qian, there's no need to explain. Xiaohua doesn't turn his head and walks towards the quiet room. Imperial Thunder Sect has so many disciples. I have some means, but how many can I take care of? Senior brother Qian came to my first squad just to make things difficult for me. Xiaohua. The two senior brothers have their difficulties. Cui Hongshan hurriedly tried to explain. I've already said that fellow Taoist Cui is the captain of the first team. Don't ask me about these things. When Xiaohua saw that Cui Hongshan was using him to curry favor with the Heavenly Thunder Palace, he was immediately displeased. This Xiao is just doing his best and doing his job. After saying that, he left without saying another word. Sigh, this guy has always been like this. Cui Hongshan's face was also filled with helplessness. My master was also infuriated by him in myriad Thunder Valley. I know that all experts have weird tempers. The embarrassment on Qian Yuan's face didn't disappear. He smiled apologetically and said, What junior brother Xiao said is very reasonable. He, after all, is only a foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He can't influence the battle of swordsmanship. It's already good that he tried his best to protect a few disciples. Forget it, let's not talk about it. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Farewell. Qian Yuan knew that he couldn't continue. Although Cui Hongshan's tone had already agreed, he couldn't give a definite answer. Obviously, he wanted to know what Xiaohua was thinking. But Xiaohua had flatly refused. Even if Cui Hongshan really agreed to let him join the first team, Xiaohua didn't put him in his eyes. He was also estranged from the Heavenly Thunder Palace disciples. If he encountered a sword cultivator, he would still be the unlucky one. It was better to think of another way. This little brother respectfully sees you two senior brothers off. Cui Hongshan's face was still filled with a bitter smile as he accompanied the two of them out of the pavilion. Good boy, Martial Uncle Xiao is really amazing. Zhenhua, who was on duty at the side, said with envy in his eyes, those are two Middle Foundation establishment stage martial uncles of the Heavenly Thunder Palace. They can be considered to have some fame in the Imperial Thunder sect. They actually have to give face to the disciples of my Heavenly Thunder Palace. After Cui Hongshan saw the two of them off, he returned. There was no change in his expression. He didn't dare to answer Yun Qinyuan for a long time because he saw Xiaohua's attitude. If Xiaohua wasn't willing, he couldn't do anything. Moreover, his heart was even more at ease. Xiaohua still had Heavenly Thunder Palace and Myriad Thunder Valley in his heart. Not to mention Cui Hongshan returning to the quiet room to cultivate, Xiaohua was sitting upright in the quiet room. He first looked at the little duck in the space. The blood stain on its neck had already coagulated and didn't worsen. It was sleeping soundly, similar to Goldie's original appearance. Good. Xiaohua nodded inwardly. He took out the magic slip he had exchanged with the female cultivator. Full of expectation, he invaded it with his Buddhist consciousness. Then, after only a moment, he opened his eyes in extreme disappointment and said with a bitter smile, "Damn it, this young master thought it was something good." Unexpectedly, someone fought with this young master over it. It turned out to be nothing more than a record of the demon world, and a record of the space crack. That crack also belongs to the demon world. It has nothing to do with the Dawn Rain continent. This young master wasted a rejuvenation pill for nothing. A rejuvenation pill, that's a rejuvenation pill worth hundreds of thousands of top-grade spirit stones, This won't do. After the war, I must go to that female cultivator's sect to take a look. If I don't get a few more demon tools, I'll really suffer a loss. If it's a normal day, this young master will also take it as a pastime. There's no harm in looking at it. But now, how can I have the leisure to look at this? Not to mention that old ghost Jingsu, even that guy Li Qingxiu is thinking about this young master. Xiaohua still has to hurry up and cultivate right? The most important thing now is to help second senior brother refine the Dragon Silver Guild. He repeatedly warned me that this is a demon tool that concerns his life. I have to be careful. But this young master has been comprehending the blood drop paradise of the demon world for so long. It seems to be unable to cultivate in the Dawn Rain continent. Then, those so-called demon cultivators, what do they cultivate? Do they cultivate the demon infant? There doesn't seem to be any records of the demon infant in this blood drop paradise. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned again. In order to let Xiaohua refine the Dragon Silver Guild, Zhang Qingxiao also gave Xiaohua the blood drop paradise of the demon world's demon monarch, hoping that he could comprehend something from it. However, after Xiaohua's comprehension, he suddenly discovered that this blood drop paradise relied on the demon qi of the demon world to cultivate a so-called demon flame. The cultivation realm was also related to the realm of the demon flame. It was completely different from the cultivation of the Dawn Rain continent. There was no concept of gold core or nascent soul. Not only was he unable to cultivate, he also didn't know what it meant. Zhang Qingxiao naturally also gave Xiaohua the refining technique of the demon world, but that refining technique was also different from the method of the Dawn Rain continent. Not only did it require demon flame and demon fire, it also required demon blood. Under the effect of these things from the demon world, the broken parts of the Dragon Silver Guild could be connected together, and then completely fused with the unique striking technique of the demon world. Xiaohua's blood could be used, but he didn't have demon fire or demon flame. Previously, although the lightning in the Myriad Thunder Valley connected the broken parts of the Dragon Silver Guild together, it didn't really fuse. It still couldn't show the true power of the Dragon Silver Guild. Demon fire. Xiao Hua's eyes suddenly lit up again. Although I don't have demon fire, I have spiritual fire. This spiritual fire is the shell of spiritual fire of the demon world, and it was ignited by the origin of fire. It's definitely more powerful than demon fire, right? But now, we're not in the myriad Thunder Valley. Where did the lightning strike come from? How can the broken parts be perfectly fused together? Let's go take a look. Xiao Hua thought of the refining place provided by the Sky Patrol City to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Maybe there are some things that can be used? Moreover, it doesn't matter where I cultivate and how much noise I make. It won't attract attention. After thinking, Xiao Hua walked out of the quiet room again. Martial Uncle Xiao, you're going out again? Zhenhua was surprised to see Xiao Hua go in and out again. I'll be in the station. If you need anything, you can send me a message. Xiao Hua nodded and walked out quickly, leaving behind Zhenhua's puzzled gaze. When Xiao Hua arrived at the place where the weapon was being refined, it was exactly the same as before. When Xiao Hua stepped into the cave, he saw that the deep and serene cave led straight into the depths of the mountain rocks. From his mouth and nose, the faint smell of saltpeter and earth fire drifted over. Xiao Hua spread out his spiritual sense. There was a restriction in the cave, so it couldn't be too far away. In his spiritual sense, there was no disciple of the Sky Patrol City. Xiao Hua unconsciously frowned. This was different from what the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple said. After thinking for a while, Xiao Hua walked inside and released his spiritual sense to find the Sky Patrol City disciple on duty. Where did this cultivator come from? How dare you trespass into the area of my Sky Patrol City? Xiao Hua walked for more than 10 feet, and a slightly majestic voice came from behind him. Damn it! How did I trespass? Isn't it just that there's no one on duty? Xiao Hua was slightly angry. He turned his head and saw an early-stage Foundation establishment city guard standing in front of the cave. His shadow was extremely long under the sunlight. I am Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm here to repair my magic tool. Xiao Hua suppressed his anger and said, I saw that there was no one guarding the cave entrance, so I went inside to look for you. This is the area of my Sky Patrol City, not your Imperial Thunder Sect station. How can you just barge in? The city guard was very disdainful and said coldly. Xiao Hua was angry and said coldly, when I came here, there was no one. Now I'm standing here. Why, do you want to report it? Go ahead. After saying that, Xiao Hua turned around and walked inside again. The city guard of the Sky Patrol City was dumbfounded. This guy naturally left his post. After returning, he actually saw someone breaking into the cave. Of course, he was surprised. This was him leaving his post without permission. Previously, there were many Imperial Thunder Sect disciples who came to investigate, but they were all cautious and most of them had a smile on their faces. He naturally regarded Xiao Hua as an early-stage Foundation establishment disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect and casually scolded him. But when he saw Xiao Hua turn around and go in again, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Not for anything else, anyone who thought about it a little understood that if he was standing guard in the cave, how could Xiao Hua walk into the cave? Now that Xiao Hua could walk into the cave, it must be that he was not on duty at the cave entrance. Unless... The city guard instantly had an idea. Chapter 2292. Of course, this dark thought only flashed through his mind. After all, Xiao Hua was an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, and he did not have the confidence to win. Moreover, Xiao Hua had already gone deep into the cave, and he really could not explain anything. Oh, fellow Taoist. The city guard immediately changed his tone and said anxiously, It's all my fault, please take your time, take your time. With that, the city guard's figure fluttered and chased after Xiao Hua. What did you do wrong? It's all I's fault. Xiao Hua ignored him and continued walking. Senior brother, please don't leave. If you leave, I won't be able to keep my life. The city guard was almost crying. His tone was pleading. Oh, When Xiao Hua heard that it was related to his life, he stopped and turned his head and said coldly, "Now you know you're wrong?" The city guard was a little surprised. After all, Xiao Hua was the same as him, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, and Xiao Hua's face was very young, only about 20 years old. He was not even comparable to his martial nephew. However, Xiao Hua's tone was more dignified than his master's. For a moment, the city guard almost treated Xiao Hua as a senior in the Golden Core realm. "Yes, it's indeed my fault." The city guard shook his head slightly and came back to his senses. He said more respectfully, "I shouldn't have been so disrespectful to you." "You're wrong." Xiao Hua waved his hand and shook his head. "It's not that you're disrespectful to I don't like it. It's your opinion of my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples." The city guard was a little puzzled, and he really could not understand. "My Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples came to Sky Patrol City not to take advantage of your city, nor to tour the mountains and rivers. We're here to fight with sword cultivators. Your Sky Patrol City provides places for alchemy and weapon refinement. That's what you should do." Xiao Hua said unceremoniously, "These things shouldn't require any spirit stones. Not only did your Sky Patrol City ask for spirit stones, but you also have the face to treat my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples. What do you mean this is the Sky Patrol City's territory and we can't trespass? Can we enter at will with spirit stones? Is trespassing without spirit stones trespassing? Fellow Taoist, fellow Taoist." The city guard hurriedly waved his hand and said, "This matter is too serious. This lowly one is only a city guard, but because my cultivation is higher, I was sent here to guard the pill refining cave. This lowly one doesn't understand a single word you're saying. However, since I have offended you just now, the fee for entering the pill refinement cave can be reduced. But if he doesn't accept a single spirit stone, then I'll have to fork it out myself. Please be magnanimous." "Well, that's more like it." Xiao Hua was very satisfied in his heart. After asking about the amount, he took out the spirit stones and handed them over. He then asked, "After I finish repairing the artifact, I still want to find a place to practice alchemy. Do I still need to pay spirit stones?" "Oh, there's no need." The city guard smiled apologetically and said, "I'll let you know, fellow Taoist, the pill refinement location is the same as the weapon refinement location. Fellow Taoist, you only need to open a quiet room, and you will even have the materials to refine yellow talismans. Of course, the materials used by fellow Taoist also need to be kept in spirit stones. The price of the materials are all marked in the quiet room." "Yes," Xiao Hua nodded, "I may stay in the quiet room for a bit longer. Are the spirit stones just now enough?" "How long does fellow Taoist need?" The city guard obviously didn't expect Xiao Hua to stay for a long time, and said, "Actually, the spirit qi in this quiet room isn't as abundant as the spirit qi outside. Moreover, the fire inside is vigorous, and the spirit qi of heaven and earth with fire attribute is somewhat complicated. It's not suitable for cultivation. At least 3 months, at most half a year." Xiao Hua thought for a moment. "This will depend on whether I have a mission or not. Right, the communication talisman can be sent here, right?" "Fellow Taoist, don't worry. Although there is a restriction here, it doesn't prohibit communication talismans." The city guard hurriedly said, "Just now, I only asked for a month's worth of spirit stones. If fellow Taoist wants to stay for a long time, you will have to spend more spirit stones." "Alright." Xiao Hua silently calculated, took out some spirit stones and handed them over, saying, "If I comes out early, these spirit stones will still have to be returned to I. Of course. Fellow Taoist, please rest assured." The city guard received the spirit stones and handed Xiao Hua a scarlet token with the number 13 on it. He smiled and said, "In this alchemy cave, the fire in the first 50 quiet rooms is very hot. It's suitable for alchemy and refining. There are only 3 people assigned to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Fellow Taoist, you are the first Taoist from the Imperial Thunder Sect to come to the alchemy cave to repair artifacts." "Oh, is that so?" Xiao Hua was slightly stunned. He thought that this was an alchemy cave specially left for the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples by the Imperial Thunder City. Only now did he know that it was actually a function of each sect. Then which sect has the most disciples? Xiaohua asked curiously. There are not many disciples in any sect. The city guard smiled and said, this is the first stage of the war. Those who come to the Imperial Thunder City are all cultivators below the Golden Core realm. How many of them know about refining artifacts and alchemy? Cultivators at your level of cultivation are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. In other words, there are not many people in this alchemy cave now. To tell you the truth, there are many fellow Taoists who come to this alchemy cave. The city guard nodded. But most of them stay for a few days. At most, they leave after 20 days. There are only about 10 disciples in the alchemy cave now. When fellow Taoist comes out of the alchemy cave, you can use your magic power to activate this token. The token will fly to me. Before I rush to the quiet room, I will check how many materials you have consumed in the alchemy cave. The city guard explained again. But, got it. Thank you. Xiaohua took the token and did not ask any more questions. He followed the direction pointed by the city guard. Good boy. Although this cultivator is in the early stage of the Foundation Establishment realm, his aura is restrained. He is different from the other cultivators I saw before. Although his tone is kind, there is an unquestionable tone. It seems like he is ordering me. He is basically like a Golden Core realm cultivator. After Xiaohua left calmly, the city guard looked at Xiaohua's back and thought to himself. Sure enough, when a wild goose passes by, it leaves a sound, and when a person passes by, it leaves a shadow. In this world, there is no cultivation method that can completely deceive people. Although Xiaohua's cultivation method of deceiving people was very skillful, even when facing a nascent soul realm cultivator, he was calm and unafraid of being recognized. However, after Xiaohua's realm increased, his strength reached the late stage of the Golden Core realm. When facing an early-stage Foundation Establishment realm city guard again, how could he have the same attitude as before? Especially after being angry, that tone and manner of doing things was not something an early-stage Foundation Establishment realm cultivator should have. It was no wonder that this early-stage Foundation Establishment realm city guard was suspicious. Not to mention that Xiaohua entered the alchemy cave. At the Immortal music sect's encampment, Li Qingshu was sitting on a jade chair in a quiet room. On the table beside his hand, there was a cup of spirit tea that was slowly emitting steam. On the jade plate beside him, there were a dozen or so thumb-sized, ice-like spirit fruits. These spirit fruits were strange. They clearly looked sparkling and translucent, but within the translucency, there were countless strands of flesh. The flesh was like catkins that wrapped around the core of the fruit. Li Qingshu's gaze was looking at these spirit fruits, and he seemed to like them very much. If it was a normal day, he would have already picked one up and put it into his mouth, carefully tasting this clear snow fruit unique to the Sky Patrol City. But today, his eyes revealed a trace of anxiety, waiting for something. After a long while, the spirit tea had already lost its steam. Li Qingshu couldn't help but stand up and walk out of the quiet room. With a whoosh, a sound transmission talisman flew in. Li Qingshu raised his eyebrows, obviously very happy. He raised his hand to catch the sound transmission talisman, but when he finished listening to the sound transmission talisman, disappointment appeared on his face. He pinched his hand slightly, and the sound transmission talisman turned into a ray of light that floated in the air. Humph! Really useless things. You only know that Xiaohua didn't come out, but you have no way to find where he is? Is he in the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment? Li Qingshu snorted coldly and whispered, if it weren't for the fact that I can't use my magic power because of the invisibility talisman, I would have followed behind Xiaohua long ago. Why is it so difficult for you to do something? Can't you get something out of a message? Soon after, Li Qingshu dispelled the idea of going out and paced back and forth in the quiet room. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he raised his head and said, could it be that Jingjie has encountered some difficulties? 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators chasing down a few middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators shouldn't be a problem, right? He's just a servant of a cultivation family. Even if he's at the middle stage of foundation establishment, how could he be a match for a disciple of a cultivation sect? Forget it. Thinking this, Li Qingshu took out a messaging talisman from his storage pouch and whispered a few words. The messaging talisman flew out. Not long after, an old man with white hair and beard entered the quiet room. He respectfully bowed and said, "Junior Huang Yong greets Martial Uncle Li. Does Martial Uncle have any instructions?" This old man sent Jingjie out to do something, but he hasn't returned for a long time. There's also no news. Go and look for him. Yes. Huang Yong nodded and said, "Where did junior martial brother Jingjie go?" This old man doesn't know either. Li Qingshu clapped his hands and took out his token. He handed it to Huang Yong and said, "Take this token and go to the transmitting formation in Sky Patrol City. Ask about Jingjie's whereabouts. You don't have to chase too closely. Just find their traces. Quickly come back and report to this old man." Huang Yong's heart trembled. He took the token and cupped his hands, saying, "This disciple understands. I'll go now. And go quickly and come back quickly." Li Qingshu hesitated for a moment and said, "Jingjie might be chasing after a swordsman from the sword cultivator sect. You should be careful." "Thank you for your concern, martial uncle." Huang Yong's heart warmed and he hurriedly turned and left. Seeing Huang Yong leave, Li Qingshu's heart calmed down a little. However, his buttocks had only sat on the jade chair for a moment before he stood up again and said angrily, "Damn it. I asked you to keep an eye on the encampment of the Ardent Fire Mountain. Why hasn't there been any news back yet? Did Huaping go out? Did she go to the auction? Did any strange disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect come to visit? Doesn't she know that I'm anxious?" Chapter 2293. The soul of an 8th grade spirit beast was indeed too rare. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Li Qingshu to feel like he was sitting on pins and needles. He believed that the situation of the auction would soon reach Taoist Master Bluefeather's ears. He did his best, but, in the end, he didn't get the beast cultivator's body. Even if he told Taoist Master Bluefeather about Xiaohua, the beast cultivator's body would have already arrived at Ardent Fire Mountain or died. What use would that be? Rather than that, he might as well directly tell Taoist Bluefeather that he didn't know that Xiaohua was the culprit and push the blame to another Jindan cultivator or even a nascent soul cultivator. This way, he would be able to retain some face. Letting an early foundation establishment cultivator snatch something from his hands, even if it was during the auction, Li Qingshu couldn't afford to lose face. This Xiaohua is really cunning. He actually waited for that disciple in the tea house. This old man didn't dare to kill him on the street. When this old man chased after him, I didn't know where he went. This old man hurriedly mobilized disciples to guard the Imperial Thunder sect's encampment. When I rushed to the Ardent Fire Mountain's encampment, this guy didn't go to the Ardent Fire Mountain. I don't know where he went in between. Could it be that he already sent the beast cultivator's body out? It's possible. When this old man saw Xiaohua, this guy didn't have a spirit storage bag on his waist. He must have given the spirit storage bag to the disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain when this old man was watching that disciple and tracking him to the tea house. Then, the disciple of the Ardent Fire Mountain gave it to Huaping. Huaping, you didn't dare to bid with this old man and actually use the hands of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple. You are really too calculating. This old man provoked Xiaohua, which naturally means provoking the Imperial Thunder sect. And your Ardent Fire Mountain is the driving force behind Xiaohua. Isn't this making this old man offend two sects? Li Qingshu's face turned cold. This old man isn't that stupid. Since I can't do it openly, this old man will do it secretly. Killing a foundation establishment cultivator is really easy for this old man. But finding the beast cultivator's body is a difficult matter. However, is the face of a golden core cultivator so easily torn? Since he dared to oppose this old man, he should be prepared to be killed. While Li Qingshu was lost in his thoughts, half a day passed quickly. Huang Yong, who had gone out to look for Zheng Jie, returned. Upon hearing Huang Yong's report, Li Qingshu was once again in disbelief. "You're saying that you found Zheng Jie's mark as soon as you left the teleportation formation, but you didn't find anything when you arrived?" "Yes, good. Uncle Master knows." Huang Yong's face was also filled with bewilderment. That was indeed a place sealed in ice. There were only glaciers all around and not a single person could be seen. There were also no traces of transcendence energy being used. Junior brother Zheng Jie's imprint had mysteriously disappeared and could no longer be found. I was afraid that I might have missed something, so I searched everywhere within a radius of 10 miles, but I didn't find any traces. My Immortal Music School's 3 late foundation establishment cultivators just disappeared without a trace. Li Qingshu didn't know if he was talking to himself or asking Huang Yong. "Yes, it's a little strange." Huang Yong smiled apologetically. "I'm afraid that sword cultivator is too powerful? Even if it's an illusory sword cultivator, there should be traces of fighting." Of course, Li Qingshu knew that it couldn't have been done by a sword cultivator. He was just searching in his mind. In the end, which cultivation family was so bold and had such great ability to quietly kill 3 late-stage foundation establishment cultivators from Immortal Music Sect? However, there were too many cultivation families in Sky Patrol City, so he really couldn't figure it out. It seems that this matter has to fall on Xiaohua. Li Qingshu secretly gritted his teeth. "Well, you can go now." Li Qingshu waved his hand. "Keep this matter a secret. Don't cause any panic in my school." "I understand. I'll keep my mouth shut." Huang Yong panicked and bowed before leaving. "Sigh, I'll use the secret method of Sky Patrol City first to see if Zheng Jie and the others' natal spiritual tablets are broken." Li Qingshu thought as he left the quiet room and went to the meeting hall. 2 hours later, Li Qingshu appeared near the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. His face was extremely gloomy. Sure enough, Zheng Jie and the others' natal spiritual tablets are broken. To think that he had been killed without a sound. If I don't find out which cultivation family did it, how can I give up? Thinking about this, he sent out a message charm. Not long after, a cultivator wearing a camouflage cloth slowly flew over. When he saw Li Qingshu, he immediately removed the cloth. He was an Qi refining disciple. Disciple greets martial ancestor Li. "Well, what's the situation?" Li Qingshu waved his hand and asked softly. "Martial ancestor Li, according to disciple's investigation, Xiaohua entered the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment and never came out. That's all." Li Qingshu frowned slightly. "Also," the disciple smiled apologetically. "Martial ancestor Li, it's not that disciple didn't do his best. Now is the time of the war, so it's not normal. Disciple is a good friend of 1 or 2 disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. But they are the same as my Immortal Music Sect, and they are all divided into small teams. It is said that Xiaohua is in the Imperial Thunder Sect's first small team, and they live in a secluded pavilion. The pavilion is protected by restrictions, and those who have nothing to do with it cannot go near it." "Oh? The first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect?" Li Qingshu suddenly realized and secretly said, "Aren't they the disciples led by that Imperial Thunder Sect cultivator surnamed Chui? Did they just come back from Chicken Crow Mountain?" That's right." Li Qingshu nodded. "You're actually able to find out about the first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This old man will reward you later." "Many thanks, martial ancestor." The disciple was very happy. "Continue to wait here. As long as you see Xiaohua come out, immediately report to this old man." Li Qingshu whispered. "Also, carefully investigate this first team of the Imperial Thunder Sect, if there are any other disciples." "Yes, disciple understands." The disciple first cupped his hands, then said with difficulty, "It's not too difficult to find out what disciples there are, but some Imperial Thunder Sect disciples leave the encampment wearing camouflage cloth. Moreover, the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples don't check their tokens. This little one can't determine which one is Xiaohua. No matter, you can only see. This old man won't blame you even if you can't. Li Qingshu said amiably, then immediately changed to Immortal Music School's encampment. This matter is really troublesome. This old man has to think carefully. While walking, Li Qingshu was still pondering. Xiaohua didn't know about this. Following the direction pointed by the city guard, he walked into the depths. Sure enough, after passing through a few bends, there were several forks in front of him. There were several spacious roads that led to several different directions. This road was extremely tall, and there were Minghua stones inlaid on it. At a glance, there were different gates arranged in different sections, looking very spectacular. Unfortunately, at this time, it was silent. When Xiaohua's footsteps landed, it actually made an ear-piercing sound of footsteps that reverberated in the cave. Chapter 2294. Xiaohua looked around and chose the path in the middle. The doors on both sides of the path were even more magnificent, and the numbers on them were also within 100. As Xiaohua went deeper into the path, the numbers gradually became smaller. It's here. He saw a big 13 written on the door on his left. Xiaohua stopped and sized up the door from top to bottom. Then he turned his head to look at the door on his left. The doors closer to the door all had the same appearance. They were tall bluestone rocks with layers of wave-like stripes on them. Between the stripes, there were talismans that looked like scattered pearls. Xiaohua stretched out his hand and placed the command medallion that the city guard gave him in his palm. As soon as he opened his palm, the number on the door immediately changed. The number twisted strangely and turned into a talisman that Xiaohua was familiar with. Then, the talisman emitted waves of light that rippled from the center of the door to the outside. At the same time, the wave-like stripes also swelled, and the talismans in between the stripes emitted transformations. Whoosh! A strong suction force came from the door, and the token in Xiaohua's hand was sucked into it. Like a stone falling on the surface of a lake, a fist-sized rune splashed out from the restriction above the door. When this rune fell in a very strange manner, a milky white brilliance flashed from where the rune fell and split into two halves. It quickly separated into two sides of the door. It was like a stone hitting half the sky. The door suddenly became transparent. It was a huge door. How interesting! Xiaohua chuckled and scanned with his divine sense. He knew that the restriction had been opened and stepped into the door. Behind the door, the token floated in the air. Behind the door was a huge quiet room that was divided into three parts. On the left was some commonly used materials to refine yellow talismans. In the middle was the earth fire used to refine pills. On the right was the earth fire used to refine weapons. There were a lot of commonly used materials piled up there. A very rich and hot spiritual chi of heaven and earth rushed towards him. It was not compatible with the cold weather of Sky Patrol City. Xiaohua walked in front of the earth fire with interest and picked up the command token beside it. He tapped it with his hand, and the command token flashed. A scarlet light rushed into the earth fire, and the earth fire gushed out. Looking at the yellow-red earth fire, Xiaohua inwardly nodded. The quality of this earth fire was indeed not bad. It was exactly what was used for refining pills and refining tools. Then, Xiaohua extinguished the earth fire and walked to the refining side. He casually looked at the materials used for refining weapons, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Damn it, Sky Patrol City is really black-hearted. Even if these materials were used in EG, they wouldn't be so expensive. It was no wonder that most of the disciples would rather go to EG and let the cultivators from other shops refine than refine here. Other than being convenient, there's really nothing good about it. Xiaohua released his divine sense and scanned the entire room. Knowing that there was nothing wrong, he took out a praying mat and sat down. With a slap of his hand, the silver-armored dragon flew out of the space. When he was in the Myriad Thunder Valley, Xiaohua used the Demon Realm's blood refining method to connect the silver-armored dragon together. However, it was obvious that there was nothing special about connecting these four demonic tools together. It was no different from being separated. Xiaohua himself was also clear that the connection was only a connection. The entire silver armor dragon was not completely fused together. If he wanted to display the power of the silver armor dragon to the extent that Zhang Qingxiao said it could save his life, he would have to put in a lot of hard work. Xiaohua opened his mouth and spat out the scarlet spiritual fire from his Buddha heart. It floated in the air as if it was still. Go! Xiaohua hesitated for a moment and formed a fire seal. The spiritual fire turned into a wisp of fire thinner than a hair and wrapped around the broken part of the silver armored dragon. However, Xiaohua was surprised by what happened next. The spiritual fire seemed to be invisible and couldn't land on the silver armored dragon at all, so there was no way to connect it. Spiritual fire can't be used to refine weapons? This was Xiaohua's first reaction. After he formed a few fire seals and couldn't do anything, Xiaohua kept the spiritual fire. It turned into a bean and stood quietly in the air. Staring at the spiritual fire that seemed to be able to melt everything but didn't seem to have any heat at all, Xiaohua was very puzzled. After a long while, Xiaohua suddenly raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "Spiritual fire is the origin of fire. Naturally, it can contain all kinds of fire. How can it be used to refine weapons? I'm using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Thinking of this, Xiaohua kept the spirit stone and opened his mouth, spitting out the icicle Zhu flame. At this time, the icicle Zhu flame was clearly different from before. If the previous weak flame was a seed, then the current icicle Zhu flame had already grown into a big tree. The five-colored brilliance of the icicle Zhu flame devoured the spiritual energy of heaven and earth around it, emitting an astonishing aura like a lion. My goodness, it didn't seem to be this powerful when refining weapons in the Zhongling mountain village. Xiaohua saw the power of the icicle Zhu flame and couldn't help but be surprised. The Luan family said that this fire can melt everything in the world. It's really true. The heavens are really helping me. That day, Luan Qing had said that when this Lingyin Zhu flame was at its peak, it could be used to refine the Great Wisdom Sword. It could be compared to the Devil Realm's Devil Fire. His Lingyin Zhu flame had already declined and was already thin. Of course, it could not be refined. But now, this young master's icicle Zhu flame is gradually growing stronger under the nourishment of the ancient god technique. I'm afraid it can be used to refine the ancient dragon silver gilt. However, this young master has never seen any heart refinement technique until now. The 5 elements refinement technique of the world refinement technique is already the best refinement technique in the world. Thinking of this, Xiaohua silently recited the refining technique of the demon realm and urged the icicle Zhu flame to burn the ancient dragon silver gilt. After a cup of tea's time, Xiaohua's divine sense had already sensed that there was indeed some movement at the broken part of the ancient dragon silver gilt. If he used the blood-melting technique, coupled with the icicle Zhu flame and the lightning strike, this ancient dragon silver gilt would be repaired again. Great! Xiaohua clapped and laughed. Second senior brother is indeed not as lucky as this young master. If you had given me this demon jade slip when I was in Guihe, I would have been able to repair the ancient dragon silver gilt when I was in seclusion. Why do you have to go through so much trouble now? Forget it, let's take a look at the demon jade slip in the blood drop heavenly cave. After the battle is over, I will return to the myriad Thunder Valley to refine this ancient dragon silver gilt. Xiaohua stored the icicle vermilion flame back into his Buddhist heart and began to nurture it like the spirit fire. He clapped his hands again and took out the many white bones and toad-like soul tools he had obtained from the EG. Xiaohua knew that these white bones and soul items came from millions of Meng mountains. Ordinary Taoist techniques would not be able to find out the details of them, and ordinary cultivators would not know the use of these white bones. Otherwise, they would not have left so many white bones on EG, and no one would bother with them. When Xiaohua closed his eyes, his nascent divinity in the mysterious dark clouds immediately sensed something. That nascent divinity was currently inside the layers of dark clouds, as if Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged inside the dark clouds. It was different from Xiaohua's imagination. That place was like a world of its own. The surroundings were dark and gloomy. Xiaohua's nascent divinity could only sense a small area around him. However, according to Xiaohua's feeling when he first saw this mysterious dark cloud, this dark cloud should be extremely large. Perhaps it was the same as the so-called 9 heavens of spirit origin of soul cultivators. If Xiaohua's cultivation was successful, he should be able to control this mysterious dark cloud. Of course, Xiaohua's soul cultivation technique was still not at the entry level. His nascent divinity was only in the lowest layer of the dark cloud, surrounded by countless soul threads. Following Xiaohua's cultivation, the soul strand seems to be able to breathe, moving back and forth. Xiaohua's nascent divinity moved slightly, but the soul threads seemed to have a life of their own. They stretched out from his nascent divinity and came out through the Dharma eye mark on the forehead of the Buddha relic. Those white bones were scattered in the air. Xiaohua's soul threads wrapped around them like tentacles. Suddenly, a faint green fluorescent light was emitted from each of the white bones. Each fluorescent light was a group of words that looked like green seal script. However, these words were much simpler than the words on Zhongling Mountain Villa and Setting Sun Island. They didn't have any mysterious power. Every time the soul threads touched a group of words, the words would turn into a wave that shook the soul threads. The wave would then follow the soul threads and enter Xiaohua's nascent divinity. After half a day, the waves on the white bones were recognized one by one. Xiaohua's nascent divinity withdrew the soul threads. The soul threads seemed to be tired and tightly wrapped around his nascent divinity, not moving at all. Xiaohua quietly sat cross-legged like this. It wasn't until 10 days later that he opened his eyes. A trace of understanding flashed through his eyes, but then the corners of his mouth curled into a bitter smile. I knew it. This soul cultivation technique is so difficult to cultivate. This young master has cultivated for so long, but there's almost no progress. It turns out that I've cultivated it wrongly. His cultivation technique was originally written in green seal script. It's completely wrong for you to use the words of a cultivator to describe it. Moreover, that senior has the foundation of the Tao sect. Many parts of the technique were based on his own ideas. He took it for granted when he described it. It's simply different from what others have recorded. Moreover, this soul cultivation technique actually has these waves. It feels very strange. But if it's not so strange, how can it compete with the Tao sect? How can it be mysterious? Then Xiaohua laughed loudly. It's a pity. There are many techniques in these white bones, but most of them are incomplete. Moreover, how deep can the cultivation of sword cultivators be if they can be killed by cultivators at this stage? How deep can the cultivation of the soul cultivators they killed be? This young master has killed many sword cultivators. There are no white bones in their storage bags. Those complete techniques are also extremely low level. They can only be cultivated in the qi circulation realm. However, even so, it's still an authentic soul cultivation technique. This young master has benefited greatly. Xiaohua finished laughing. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. The Tao sect's technique was still in his meridians, but the nascent divinity in the mysterious dark clouds was different. Chapter 2295. Just like a real person, his primordial spirit floated in an extremely rhythmic manner. Just like breathing, the surrounding soul strands also bared their fangs and brandished their claws, waving in the air in accordance with the rhythm of the primordial spirit. Along with the swaying of the soul strands, the space around the primordial spirit also underwent subtle changes. Those changes were very profound and extremely small, like the clouds parting to see the sun, and also like the birth of a dark cloud. In short, little by little, an almost imperceptible faint brilliance was born. This brilliance was different from the brilliance of the Tao sect's magic arts. That brilliance was activated by magic power and emitted by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This brilliance was abruptly born because of the soul strands and the primordial spirit's fluctuations. Moreover, Xiaohua's primordial spirit, as if sinking to the bottom of the sea, gradually gained a kind of floating power, showing signs of rising to the top of the clouds. Good. Sensing the changes in the primordial spirit and the dancing soul strands, Xiaohua secretly rejoiced in his heart and pulled his mind out of the primordial spirit. Using the mysterious fluctuations to temper the primordial spirit, using the dancing soul strands to assist the primordial spirit becomes increasingly pure. When the primordial spirit is completely bright and illuminates the entire sky, the primordial spirit will also rise to the peak of the sky. When the primordial spirit breaks through the sky and enters the clear spirit sky, then it will have cultivated to the second heaven. Let my primordial spirit cultivate. Let this young master see what the peak of soul cultivation is. What exactly is the soul? Let this young master show everyone the mystery of the soul. This sword cultivation battle is a disaster for others, but for this young master, it is really a rare opportunity. After the soul cultivation technique was settled, Xiaohua looked at the withered toad again. This was a withered toad. What the naked eye, Buddhist sense, and divine sense saw was the same. However, when Xiaohua pulled out a soul strand and touched the toad, a burst of green light burst out, and the same wave of rough fluctuations was transmitted into the soul strand. Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He split off a portion of his Yuan divinity to comprehend the fluctuations. After a while, he nodded and smiled. It really is a soul armament. But this soul armament is different from the soul-sucking bell. As he spoke, Xiaohua sent out a few more soul strands that wrapped around the toad. The soul strands swayed slightly, and the toad gradually grew larger. Then, Xiaohua sent a few more soul strands into the toad's back. With a cry that seemed to have the power to seize souls, a thick tongue shot out from the toad's mouth. Go! Xiaohua waved his hand, and the two soul-absorbing bells flew into the air. The toad's tongue had hit the bell. Clang! The soul-absorbing bell was rung. The sound was like the sound of a large yellow bell. Even Xiaohua's ears were not used to it. Granny, how is this the soul-absorbing bell from before? It should be called the soul-suppressing bell, or perhaps this is the real soul-absorbing bell. Xiaohua was extremely astonished. Previously, I had to use a secret technique first before I could use this soul-absorbing bell. Now, I only need to activate the soul-absorbing bell, and the souls of cultivators within a radius of several zhang will be shaken into chaos, and may even be pulled out. A soul cultivator's soul armament is really unfathomable. With this soul cultivator's weapon, it's even more powerful than the soul thorn. Who would be afraid of a sword cultivator's siege? Xiaohua happily stored the soul-absorbing bell and the toad into the space. After arranging the soul cultivator's items properly, Xiaohua frowned again. He waved his hand and took out a shabby jade from the space. This jade was obtained by Xiaohua in the ink cloud Black Forest. It should have been picked up by the gold core old man in the ink cloud Black Forest. It was already abnormally damaged. Xiaohua originally had a portion of his Yuan divinity split out to comprehend these damaged cultivation methods and secret techniques. Moreover, it was the cultivation methods he obtained. For example, some of the cultivation methods he obtained from Zhang Qingshao and so on. The reason why Xiaohua took out this jade pendant was because this jade pendant recorded a simplified green seal text. Moreover, the incomplete cultivation method inside was very strange. His Yuan divinity had been comprehending it for a long time and could already determine that it was absolutely not something cultivated by a human cultivator. Or rather, it was a secret technique that did not rely on the body's meridians to cultivate. This is strange. Xiaohua inserted his Buddhist awareness into the jade. Looking at the green seal script, he held his chin with one hand and continuously scratched it. He secretly pondered in his heart, this cultivation method is somewhat similar to the Buddhist sect's Vajra Dharma body, but it also has some relation to Shang Huaming's Qi refinement cultivation method. It is even somewhat similar to the celestial body bestowment technique. If it was used on the Phoenix Dharma body, it would be suitable. Unfortunately, the requirements of this secret technique are too harsh. It actually needs the world's spiritual energy to cleanse the body. This Dawn Rain continent is admittedly rich in world spiritual energy, but until now, I have never truly seen a storm of world's spiritual energy. Oh, right, if that's the case, the netherworld wind in the dark mystery is actually similar to the world's spiritual energy for cleansing the body. Damn it, if I could have obtained this secret technique at that time, wouldn't I have been able to use this secret technique to refine the Phoenix Dharma body? Alas, just relying on the natural infusion of the netherworld wind is still too shallow. These years, this Phoenix Dharma body has not made any progress at all. Forget it, I'll wait for a chance in the future. Xiaohua thought and put the jade into the space, still giving it to the Yuan divinity to comprehend. Moreover, he placed Shang Huaming's Qi refinement cultivation method, celestial body bestowment technique, Vajradharma body, and even the heavenly laws embodiment technique in one place for the Yuan divinity to refer to. It's time to look at those pill recipes. Xiaohua clapped his hands and held those jade slips that he had exchanged for at a great price in his hands. Xiaohua first looked at the pill recipe for the Azure Spirit pill. It was exactly as he had said to that cultivator. Inside, there were only the types and quantities of various spiritual herbs. There was not even a trace of the refining method. Looking at the blank space, it was actually erased by that cultivator. This cultivator. I wonder which sect he's from. He actually grasped so many pill recipes. Xiaohua thought to himself. If there's no accident, he's also a gold core cultivator. It seems that during the auction that day, there really were a lot of gold core cultivators. Alas, I'm really lucky. If these gold core cultivators all wanted to bid for Dai's body, it really wouldn't be easy for this young master to obtain it. However, for the sake of the Empress, even if this young master has to stake it all, this young master will still bid for her. After looking at the pill recipe, Xiaohua pondered for a moment. With a wave of his hand, the three-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace appeared in the quiet room. Xiaohua didn't use the earth fire in the quiet room. With a wave of his hand, the Samadhi true fire ignited and warmed the pill furnace. Then he took out the various spiritual herbs needed to refine the Azure Spirit pill and placed them in front of him. Then he took out a jade slip and carefully examined it. As he examined it, he waved his hand and various spiritual herbs fell into his hand. He carefully examined them. Occasionally, Xiaohua even put the spiritual herbs in his mouth and carefully tasted their flavor. Chapter 2296. When Xiaohua finished looking at the various spiritual herbs for the Azure Spirit pill, the pill furnace was also warm. Xiaohua opened the pill furnace, and the various spiritual herbs were thrown into the pill furnace according to a certain order, and began to refine the medicinal liquid. And he took out the spiritual herbs from the other pill formulas. Just like the Azure Spirit pill, he carefully looked at them. As he looked at the pill formulas one by one, Xiaohua's brows gradually wrinkled, as if he couldn't figure out the reason. He put down the pill formulas and looked at the pill furnace again, looking at the boiling medicinal liquid in the pill furnace. Am I being too simplistic? If it's just the principle of the 5 elements and the way of yin and yang, I'm afraid 4 or 5 spiritual herbs are enough. And in these pill formulas, which one of them has so few spiritual herbs? In these pill formulas, some of the spiritual herbs clearly have nothing to do with the pill, so why do they have to be listed? This young master doesn't have the specific refining method, so I'm afraid I can't know the use of these spiritual herbs. What should I do? Xiaohua secretly scratched his head and waited for a long time. Seeing that the pill liquid was almost refined and needed to be melted, Xiaohua's brows suddenly relaxed, and he hit his forehead with his hand and said with a smile, "This young master is thinking too much. These pill formulas have been passed down for thousands of years, and in these years they have been tempered thousands of times, and after many changes, they have become what they are today. Presumably, in the beginning, there were only a few simple spiritual herbs. Only a pill formula that can be used to refine pills is a true pill formula. No matter how good yours truly's thoughts are, there are bound to be flaws in it. These useless spirit herbs must have been added in later during the refining process, right? Just like refining, adding some materials can enhance the performance of the magic tool, But if you don't add it, it doesn't matter. After thinking it through, Xiao Hua was spirited again, and he continued to look at the many pill formulas. He didn't lack spiritual herbs, but he needed time to refine pills. When the idea in his heart matured, he only needed to take the spiritual herbs and refine it. But at this time, Xiao Hua thought of another thing. That was the legend of the 100 Herbs Sex Medicine Farmer Peak that Zhang Qingxiao mentioned in Yellow Flower Ridge. Needless to say, since he wanted to trace the pill formulas used for refining pills, he naturally had to think of the legendary medicine farmer. Therefore, Xiao Hua clapped his hands and took out the Medicine King tripod from the space. In fact, Xiao Hua had not intended to take the Medicine King tripod earlier. After all, the 100 Herbs Gate now belonged to Xiao Xianrui. Everything should be left to her, or to Jianghu. He thought that Xiao Xianrui's cultivation had not yet recovered, and there were many matters regarding the 100 Herbs Gate that had yet to be resolved. Under Xiao Xianrui's persuasion, Xiao Hua also took it. His space was the most stable place in the Dawn Rain continent, so he could return it to Xiao Xianrui in the future. It's just an ordinary magic tool. Xiao Hua's strength had long reached the Jindan stage, so he knew the details of the Medicine King tripod just by scanning it with his divine sense. He smiled secretly and said, "I'm afraid that the 100 Herbs Gate knows that it is a small sect and thinks too highly of itself, so it has no reason to make up some groundless legends. This way, no one will dare to look down on 100 Herbs Gate." As he spoke, Xiao Hua was about to take back the Medicine King tripod. However, at that moment, Xiao Hua suddenly stopped as if he had a telepathic connection. That's not right. If it's a compiled legend, it should have included the 100 Herbs Gate as well. But why is there only Yao Nong Peak in the legend? Second senior brother's memory is no small matter. Something that can make the head of the heavenly demon sect say is not that simple. Moreover, after the ancient times, at that time, the Taoist sect had just risen. Even an ordinary magic tool was extremely powerful. This Medicine King tripod looks ordinary. Could there be something else strange about it? Thinking of this, Xiao Hua waved his hand and placed the Medicine King tripod on the ground. He slowly hit it with different spells in his hand. After a while, there was no change in the Medicine King cauldron. Then, Xiao Hua released the Buddha Saraira, the two Buddhist supernatural powers, and the Buddhist consciousness, but the Medicine King cauldron still did not respond. In the end, Xiao Hua released the soul strands again, just like when he had refined the wizard puppet. As soon as the soul thread came out, there was a slight reaction in the Medicine King cauldron. It seemed that some green light was emitted from the Medicine King cauldron, but the light was blocked by the thick shell of the Medicine King cauldron. Oh, this is a soul tool? Or a wizard tool? Xiao Hua suddenly realized, but it was taken by the cultivators of the Taoist sect. With this wizard tool as the core, they sacrificially refined it into a magic tool. Damn it, isn't this buying the casket and returning the pearl? Immediately after, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and struck out a magic seal in his hand. The earth fire that he took out to refine tools was generated with a ting sound. Laozi was still thinking that this earth fire wouldn't move at all. It's hard to explain. Now it's good. I want to see who is so blind. Xiao Hua threw the Medicine King tripod on the earth fire, and the 5 elements refining technique was used after a little thought. However, after half a day of hard work, the outer layer of the Medicine King tripod was taken off little by little, and the inside was the size of a fist. An incense burner like an oil lamp. After extinguishing the earth fire, Xiao Hua closed his eyes again and released the soul strands. He saw that the incense burner was wrapped in layers of green brilliance. It was the same green seal text as the wizard puppet. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua did not have the method of sacrificially refining this thing. He only tried to wrap the soul strands around the incense burner according to the wizard puppet's method, but none of the green seal text on the incense burner lit up. Seeing this situation, Xiao Hua understood that his method was wrong. If he could not get the method of sacrificially refining, the incense burner would always be an incense burner. Forget it. Xiao Hua thought as he retrieved the soul thread. However, he was unwilling to give up. With a flip of his hand, he took out the toad again. After the soul thread entered the toad's green tongue hit the incense burner with a loud, dang, sound. The green light on the incense burner flourished. Although all the green seal text did not light up, a mountain peak faintly appeared in the green brilliance above the incense burner. Yao Nong Peak. Xiaohua had been to Yao Nong Peak, so he could see it at a glance. Just as he understood what was going on, the misty green light disappeared again. Dang, ding, ding. Xiaohua mustered all of his strength and pulled out all of his soul strands, using the toad to hit the incense burner. However, even in the end, Xiaohua still could only see the outline of the medicine farmer peak. If there was anything strange inside, he still couldn't see it. Xiaohua understood that this should be because his soul cultivation realm was not enough, and the power of the soul strands was not enough. Forget it. It's fine as long as I know how to deal with this thing. Xiaohua was not dispirited. He waved his hand and put the incense burner into the space. He thought to himself, it won't be too late to look at it again when my soul cultivation realm is high. Immediately, Xiaohua calmed his heart and cultivated, refining pills. Unknowingly, dozens of days passed. The Azure Spirit pill was successfully refined as expected, and Xiaohua also finished looking at the pill recipe. According to his Qi Huang technique, as well as the Tao of Yin and Yang, he already had a certain idea in his heart. However, he was now wholeheartedly refining the Azure Spirit pill, so he did not have time to try to configure the pill recipe and refine the pill. The matter of the pill recipe was settled. Xiaohua pondered for a moment, then took out the storage pouches he obtained from Chicken Crow Mountain and looked through the things inside. Sure enough, in addition to the sword slips he saw before, Xiaohua found 4 or 5 more sword slips. Although the sword arts in these sword slips were at most at the drawing sword realm, they were superior in the first-grade illusory sword realm. Compared to Master Bright's sword and Li Xiubai's sword arts, they were much more detailed. Great! Xiaohua clapped his hands again. This time's trade fair was really a fruitful trip. Immediately, while refining pills, Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into the sword slips. He looked at the sword slips one by one, comprehending how sword cultivators nurtured and controlled their swords. The more he looked, the more Xiaohua was moved. The previous contempt on his face also disappeared. It turned out that sword cultivators' sword arts were far from as simple as Xiaohua thought. It was also not something that could be covered by the sword plays the world. It was undeniable that the sword plays the world was an extremely powerful sword controlling technique. However, it was still a sword controlling technique. It was different from a sword cultivator's sword arts. A sword cultivator's sword arts were a complete set of flying sword cultivation methods. Not to mention nurturing and forging the sword, using the primordial spirit to control the sword was not something the sword plays the world could cover. While Xiaohua looked, he formed a sword art with his hands. Buddha fire flew out of the execution dream, transforming into 2 colors of green and red, flying around in the quiet room. It was like a small swallow, sometimes fast, sometimes slow, sometimes high, sometimes low. Wang! With a huge vibration, the execution dream suddenly expanded to the size of an ordinary flying sword. It stood upright in midair. That faintly discernible sword intent waved out along with the green and red brilliance, unexpectedly also had a trace of sword-forming power. Using the primordial spirit to control the sword means using the primordial spirit as one's own body. While cultivating the flying sword, it is also tempering the primordial spirit. The more condensed the primordial spirit is, the more powerful the flying sword will be. That day in front of Rooster Crow Mountain, when the sword came from afar, thousands of swords bowed their heads. It was not because the flying sword was powerful, but because the sword intent was superb, and because the primordial spirit was arrogant. Just like my Dao Sect's foundation establishment cultivators in front of a gold core cultivator, even if they did not release their aura, that natural aura could make a foundation establishment cultivator bow their heads. Oh, that sword intent leaking out is just like the cultivator's aura. I'm afraid only a primordial spirit this condensed can fight against millions of soul cultivators in Meng Mountain. Xiao Hua suddenly realized. If it was my Dao sex cultivators, I'm afraid it would not be easy to deal with the soul cultivators' mysterious soul techniques. Great. Now that my primordial spirit is at 10, it is time to temper it. This sword cultivation technique is tailor-made for me. The more Xiaohua looked, the happier he was. It was as if he had eaten spirit herbs, his whole body was comfortable. After a few more days, Xiaohua had a realization. And regarding the 9 stars transit, controlling many flying swords like this was not my idea at first, to split a few more primordial spirits. That was because the primordial spirit was as strong as the previous one, and it was not easy to form the 9 stars transit. The correct method should be to split the primordial spirit brand from the primordial spirit of the dream executioner and carve it into the other 8 sword orbs. This way, there will be a master and a subordinate, and there will not be a conflict. Although the method of carving the primordial spirit is not written in this sword technique, the tone is full of praise. I vaguely feel that it is a profound secret technique of sword cultivators. Chapter 2297. Soon, another 20 days passed. Counting with his fingers, it had been more than 2 months since Xiaohua entered the quiet room. On this day, Xiaohua placed a furnace of cyan spirit pills into his space. He had just placed several kinds of spirit herbs into the furnace and was about to quench the impurities when Xiaohua's heart moved. He clapped his hand and took out the quiet room's command medallion. He pointed his hand and a dot of light flew out from the command medallion and hit the door's restriction. A fist-sized hole immediately appeared on the door and a summoning talisman flew in. Alas, what will come will come. Xiaohua crushed the messaging talisman, and Cui Hongshan's voice came from it, telling him to go back. What a pity for this young master's pills. Xiaohua looked at the 3-legged vermilion bird phoenix pattern furnace with heartache. I just threw in the spiritual herbs. Cui Hongshan, if you sent a messaging talisman earlier, you would have died. Alas, if this young master could refine pills in the space, how good would that be? Xiaohua just sighed with emotion at this moment, and his eyes suddenly lit up. He slapped his forehead and said fiercely, "Damn it, I was thinking about how to control the sword to kill people. Why didn't I think of it? Since the primordial spirit can control the sword, it can naturally control the sword. Since it can control the sword, it can control the magic. Since it can control the magic, of course, it can generate some Madhi true fire. If no one disturbs this young master in the space, this young master can directly use the primordial spirit to refine pills. Wouldn't that be perfect? This young master didn't think of this before because I just started using the primordial spirit to control the sword. I haven't cultivated to the stage of using the primordial spirit to control the magic." Thinking of this, Xiaohua was in no hurry to go out. He hurriedly took out the sword slip again, and immersed his divine sense in it to quickly check. Sure enough, at the end of the sword slip of a drawing sword swordsman, there were some records of the primordial spirit controlling the sword. However, this kind of secret technique could only be used by sword transformation cultivators, and the sword slip of the drawing sword swordsman didn't record it. This young master is really a genius. Xiaohua almost jumped up. If he could temper his primordial spirit to the point that he could refine pills in the space, then wouldn't he be able to refine pills at any time? If he could refine pills, then wouldn't he be able to refine magic tools and magic treasures? Wouldn't he be able to make full use of this space? It's a pity. The realms of these sword cultivators are simply too low. They don't have any primordial spirit control secret arts. Xiaohua was somewhat regretful. This young master will first take a look at the jade slips left behind by Li Xiubai and Taoist Master Brightsword. If there aren't any, then I can only kill more sword cultivators. Good heavens, a sword transformation swordsman. This young master still has to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, how can I kill a sword transformation swordsman? Thinking of this, Xiaohua put away the pill furnace and looked left and right to make sure he didn't miss anything. He was about to leave the quiet room. But after taking a few steps, Xiao Hua stopped and turned his head to look at the refining area. He waved his hand and some of the commonly used refining materials were stored in the space. Then he looked at the refining area and took some of the materials as well. Only then did he walk out of the quiet room. Following the city guard's instructions, he slightly activated the token. The token whistled and turned into a ray of light that shot toward the entrance of the pill refining cave. Xiao Hua stood at the side of the courtyard, waiting for the arrival of the city guards. At this time, a milky white brilliance flashed a bit further inside. Similarly, another cultivator came out from the pill refining cave's quiet room. Xiao Hua heard the voice and looked over. "Oh, it's actually him." Xiao Hua was fine if he didn't look. Once he looked, his eyes unconsciously shrank. The person who came out from the pill refining cave's quiet room was none other than Li Qingshu of Immortal Music Sect. During this period of time, Li Qingshu was very unhappy. The disciples that he sent out to keep an eye on Imperial Thunder Sect and Ardent Fire Mountain were all empty-handed. He found several opportunities to probe Huaping but was always evaded by Huaping without leaving a trace. He almost wanted to directly force Huaping. Fortunately, Taoist Master Lan Yu, who was far away in Immortal Music Sect, didn't send any condemnation. He didn't know if Taoist Master Lan Yu didn't know about this matter or if Taoist Master Lan Yu wasn't in Immortal Music Sect. Li Qingshu naturally didn't dare to inquire further. Thus, Li Qingshu was really bored in Immortal Music Sect's encampment. The battle with the sword cultivators in front of him suddenly calmed down. He ran into the pill refining cave and repaired his magic treasure. Actually, rather than saying it was repairing, it was better to say that he needed to calm his mind and clear his head. But coincidentally, just as he had some plans in his heart, he met his enemy when he came out of the quiet room. Naturally, Li Qingshu's eyes flashed with a trace of astonishment at first, then it was followed by enlightenment, followed by killing intent. How could Xiao Hua not know? He was also stunned. Then he hesitated. Of course, he wasn't afraid of Li Qingshu, but obviously, if Li Qingshu made a move, he would definitely kill him. However, this was a golden core cultivator, especially a golden core cultivator sent by Immortal Music Sect to the conference hall. His death would definitely attract the attention of all the cultivators in Century City and even all the cultivators in the cultivation world. Then, Xiao Hua's own strength and his own secret would be difficult to protect. Next, he would definitely be hunted down. What should I do? Xiao Hua opened his mouth slightly, and the spiritual fire had already flown to his mouth. At this critical moment, Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and with a look of sudden realization, he hurriedly bowed and said, "So it's Marshal Uncle Li from Immortal Music Sect." Long before the banquet of the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain in Haoming City, we haven't seen each other for several years. This junior is Xiao Hua from Imperial Thunder Sect. I wonder if senior still remembers me? Li Qingshu sneered in his heart. Damn it, I'll let you pretend. Do you think this old man doesn't know that the one who made me lose face in the previous auction was you? You actually dare to mention Ardent Fire Mountain in front of this old man? Li Qingshu activated his magic power, and his left hand was about to reach out. You're really courting death. Xiao Hua had already released his Buddhist sense, and when he bowed, he could see clearly. He was very puzzled. He had already pointed out the 3 elders of Ardent Fire Mountain and warned him to think twice before acting, but he actually still wanted to court death. He made himself passive. Senior, have you sent out your token? Xiao Hua hurriedly said, this junior has already called the city guards of Century City. Senior, please wait here for a moment. Those city guards will come over. Li Qingshu was stunned. He raised his hand half an inch and put it down, and his magic power also condensed. Li Qingshu originally wanted to injure Xiao Hua while no one was paying attention. He wanted to interrogate and even search his soul to find out the whereabouts of the beast cultivator's body. He was also clear that it had been 2 months. The beast cultivator's body had already fallen, or his soul had already been extracted. It was just that he really hated Xiao Hua to the bone. After interrogation, he naturally wanted to kill him with his own hands. Since no one saw Xiaohua, it was unknown when the city guards found him missing. If it was an extreme possibility, no one would investigate. Even if Imperial Thunder Sect wanted to investigate, Sentry City knew that he might have stayed in the alchemy cave. Of course, he could deal with Sentry City. He had never seen Xiaohua, so what did his disappearance have to do with him? Besides, at that time, he was no longer in the alchemy cave. He had hundreds of excuses. He believed that Sentry City would not make things difficult for a golden core cultivator in the discussion hall. Chapter 2298. However, Li Qingshu hesitated again. It was better to be safe than sorry. If someone knew about this, it would be troublesome. Since Xiaohua had already sent out the command medallion, then he naturally came out from the quiet room. The city guards couldn't see Xiaohua, so they naturally had to inform the Imperial Thunder Sect. Previously, he had also asked clearly. Within the 100 or so quiet rooms, other than one that was occupied, no one else had entered. He couldn't defend himself because he was at the scene. Of course, maybe the Sky Patrol City wouldn't pursue Li Qingshu, and the Imperial Thunder Sect wouldn't care too much, but what about the Blazing Fire Mountain? When he thought of the ugly faces of the 3 elders of the Blazing Fire Mountain, Li Qingshu's heart was timid. Even though he hated Xiaohua so much, he could only withdraw the spell and put on a smile on his face. "Oh, it's Nephew Xiao. I haven't seen you for many years. If not for your face, it doesn't change much, I wouldn't have recognized you." Damn it, what are you talking about? Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, when he thought about how he had forced a Jingdan stage cultivator to suddenly change from wanting to kill him to treating him like an amiable senior, Xiaohua could only forgive Li Qingshu due to such a huge difference in attitude. "I'm panicking," Xiaohua whispered. "I've been cultivating for so long, but I'm still in the early stage of foundation establishment. I really don't know how to face old friends. It's okay. As the saying goes, as long as you work hard and grind an iron pestle into a needle, as long as you concentrate on cultivating, you'll be able to walk on the Great Tao without any hindrance." Li Qingshu's attitude slowly changed. He was extremely kind and was almost the same as when he was in Haoming City. "Yes, I have the same idea." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. "That's why I came to this quiet room to refine some yellow talismans and strengthen my cultivation." "Tisk," Li Qingshu sneered and thought, "You're just trying to avoid my eyes and ears. You're really high-sounding." Of course, Li Qingshu also smiled. "Nephew, you're so hardworking. Your future will be limitless." These words were fake. Even Li Qingshu himself felt that there was some dirt on his face. It was definitely not his original face. "Thank you for your auspicious words." Xiaohua smiled apologetically. "Senior, you've also come to Haoming City. Are you participating in the sword battle?" "Hee, it's not just this old man, even the disciples of the Ardent Fire Mountain have come." Li Qingshu looked at Xiaohua without blinking. Xiaohua's eyes turned slightly as a puzzled expression appeared on his face. "Oh, which senior of the Ardent Fire Mountain is it? This junior really didn't know." "Keep pretending, keep pretending, keep pretending." Li Qingshu was extremely angry. However, he still said, "You should know her. She's fellow Taoist Duck Flame." "I really don't know him." Xiaohua shook his head slightly. Right at this moment, a figure flew over from afar. It was the city guard that Xiaohua had seen earlier. "Damn it, luckily I didn't make a move." Li Qingshu thought that he was lucky. In just a few words, the city guard came over. It was obvious that he was nearby. He was confident that he could capture Xiaohua in one fell swoop, but the flying techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples were well known far and wide. Xiaohua had once killed 2 Foundation Establishment Stage Heavenly Demon Sect disciples, so he might be able to exchange a few moves with him. Just these few moves might be discovered by the city guards. Junior greets seniorly. When the city guard saw Xiaohua and Li Qingshu together, he hurriedly bowed and said, "Senior also wants to come out of seclusion?" Naturally, but you don't seem to be the Heavenly Patrol City's disciple on duty at my Immortal music sect, right? Li Qingshu nodded and said, No matter, if Senior comes out of seclusion, you just need to give me your token. The city guard respectfully replied. Then here you go. Li Qingshu waved his hand and a token similar to Xiao Hua's flew to the city guard. Hey, Senior, please. The city guard received it, scanned it with his divine sense, and replied respectfully. Farewell, Senior. Xiao Hua said with a smile as he bowed. Li Qingshu nodded slightly. He was very unwilling in his heart as he lifted his foot and left. Xiao Hua sighed in relief. Fellow Taoist, I will go down and check your pill refining cave. If there's nothing wrong, you just need to give me the spirit stones and you can leave. The city guard Xiao Hua was rather respectful. Okay. Xiao Hua nodded, but then he asked curiously, right, just now, Senior Li's pill refining cave, why didn't you check it? I'll let you know. The seniors in the discussion hall don't need spirit stones to use the pill refining cave. Naturally, I don't need to check it, the city guard said with a smile. This doesn't seem fair. Xiao Hua sighed and said, the Golden Core seniors have more spirit stones than us. If we don't ask them for spirit stones, who should we ask? The city lord has decreed that the Golden Core seniors are working for the Tao sect of our Xiaoyu continent. Our Sky Patrol City should also express our gratitude. They are working for our Sky Patrol City by using our pill refining cave. How can our Sky Patrol City take their spirit stones? The city guard said, Sky Patrol City, proudly. But, Xiao Hua sneered unhappily, the ones who are going to fight with the sword cultivators are us, not them. Your flattery of the Sky Patrol City is too straightforward. A smile appeared on the city guard's face. He didn't say anything else and went into the quiet room to check. According to the materials and talisman paper that Xiao Hua consumed, he converted the spirit stones into spirit stones and then sent Xiao Hua out of the pill refining cave. Fellow Taoist, you are indeed amazing. Not only can you repair artifacts, but you can also refine yellow talismans. When they walked to the entrance of the cave, the city guard hesitated for a long time before saying, I'm Chang Shu, and I admire your cultivation. If you don't mind, can you leave me a message talisman? Oh! Xiao Hua understood Chang Shu's intention to befriend him. He looked him up and down and said with a smile, I have scolded you earlier. Don't tell me you want to leave something behind and complain to my teacher? How can I? Although Chang Shu was a little embarrassed, he saw Xiao Hua's smile and knew that Xiao Hua didn't reject him. He quickly smiled and said, I really admire you and want to befriend you. It's just that I'm just a city guard of the Sky Patrol City. I'm a bit of a social climber. It's okay. Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out his message talisman and threw it over. He said with a smile, Don't ask about a hero's origin. You are a city guard of the Sky Patrol City. Before I joined the Imperial Thunder sect, I was just a rogue cultivator. You're a rogue cultivator? Chang Shu said with a smile, I also know a few rogue cultivators. Their character is excellent. If there's a chance in the future, I can introduce them to you. Okay, let's talk about it when there's a chance. Xiao Hua didn't rule out the possibility of being a rogue cultivator. He cupped his hands and said, I'm Xiao Hua of the Imperial Thunder sect. Greetings, fellow Chang. Greetings, fellow Xiao. Chang Shu also solemnly returned the greeting and took out his message talisman. Then, the two of them exchanged a few words and Xiao Hua took his leave. When Xiao Hua returned to the front of the pavilion, as expected, everyone had been waiting anxiously. Cui Hongshan's face was even more unsightly. There was an unfamiliar disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect standing next to him. What did you do? Cui Hongshan said coldly, Today is the day when dozens of teams of my Imperial Thunder sect go out together. Senior brother Zhen Yun specially came to see my first team off. You've already sent out the message talisman for a long time, but there's still no reply, nor is there even a shadow of you. Seeing Cui Hongshan's angry appearance and the not-so-exaggerated expressions of Zhenhua and the others, Xiaohua knew that he must have been berated by Zhen Yun. His idea of showing off in front of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples was stifled by Zhen Yun, and he even lost face once again. Xiaohua was originally unable to explain why he was late, and at this moment, he was even more disinclined to explain. He waved his hand and said, "Did I delay the departure time?" "Not yet, but—" Cui Hongshan still wanted to say, but he was stopped by Xiaohua, who said, "Since there's no delay, what can I do if I'm late? Can't I go to the toilet?" The disciple standing at the side was originally watching, but at this moment, he couldn't help but laugh. Then he immediately adjusted his expression and coughed, "Cough, cough. Captain Cui, since your first team's disciples are all here, then hurry up and set off. Although there's still some free time, there are already many disciples waiting in front of the teleportation array. Today, you all have to teleport out and avoid the eyes and ears of the sword cultivators. You have to be the first to do this." "Yes, I understand." Cui Hongshan glared at Xiaohua and replied helplessly. "Teleportation?" Xiaohua walked to the back of the team and was slightly stunned. He whispered to Dui Ling in front of him, "What's the mission of our first team this time? Where are we going?" "I don't know either." Dui Ling replied, "Just now, Captain Cui hurriedly called us out of the quiet room, but he didn't say where we were going. We just lined up here and waited." The disciples of the other teams also came out. Even Marshal Uncle Zhen Yun didn't say where we were going. "Oh." Xiaohua nodded. "I'm afraid even Cui Hongshan himself doesn't know where to go." Sure enough, just as Xiaohua expected, under the guidance of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciple, Xiaohua and the others left the Imperial Thunder Sect's encampment. There were already several teams of disciples waiting in front of them. Several teams were gathered together and led by another disciple on duty to the teleportation array in Sky Patrol City. During this time, Xiaohua asked Zhen Minghui again, but he was also confused. He only said that the disciple on duty held Zhen Yun's token and called him and Cui Hongshan out. He didn't tell them where to go at all. Snow was still falling in Sky Patrol City, but it was much lighter than on the day of the auction. It was unknown whether it was because the snow was lighter or because today was the day of the Dao Sec's operation, but there were many more cultivators walking and flying on the streets of Sky Patrol City. Although Xiaohua and the others didn't fly slowly, it still took them half an hour to arrive at a teleportation array in the north of Sky Patrol City. In front of them was a mountain that was even larger than the location of the alchemy cave. The huge rocks were frozen into icicles that were a few feet long and emitted a silver light. The snowflakes that fell on them didn't block the brilliance and were quickly frozen in the brilliance. Xiaohua and the others obviously came a little late. In the huge square in front of the mountain, there were already many cultivators waiting. That you're tuning in to the Han Li's Immortal Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.